Well, a very good morning and welcome back to Ekaterinburg. It is day 2 of the Ekaterinburg Grand Slam. We've got 4 weight categories to bring to you today. The under 63 and the under 70 kilo categories for women, and the under 73 and the under 81 kilo categories for men. We're going to take a look at the top 4 seeds in each weight category, and then I'm going to see if I can pick out a few who may be worth looking at as well. Let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 63 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Magdalena Kasakova of Austria. The number 2 seed is Sanne Vermeer of the Netherlands. The number 3 seed is Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada. The number 4 seed is Daria Davidova of Russia. This is one of the most difficult categories for women, usually with some high-quality performers in Tina Tursteniak, Clarisse Agbegninu and Toshiro Miku. Mercifully, for this group, those 3 are not here. So there's a real chance for someone to pick up a medal, because in general, those 3 take the gold medal whenever they appear. So in the absence of one of those 3, then there's a real chance here for someone to do something. As far as the home crowd are concerned, they'll be looking at, we've already mentioned Daria Davidova, who's the number 4 seed, but up in there as well was my pick a few years ago, Ekaterina Valkova. She's up in pool A. If she gets through her first round contest, she'll be up against Edwidja Gwend in round 2. That is a tough start for her. Lana Polyakova is in pool C, and then down in pool 4 you've got Valentina Kostenko of Russia. So those are the 4 Russians. We can start by taking a look now at the top 4 seeds in the under 70 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Marie-Yves Gahy of France. The number 2 seed is Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands. The number 3 seed is Sally Conway of Great Britain. And the number 4 seed is Anna Bernholm of Sweden. In that mix, we've also got Kelida Zupancic of Canada, and for the Russians, Elena Prokopenko. I think she'll be worth taking a look at. The Germans have got 2 strong fighters in this weight category. Laura Vargas-Koch, who's their more established competitor at this weight. The Austrians with Michaela Polaris, and the Dutch with Kim Polling. So there are plenty of good fighters in there. The second German, by the way, is Sarah Mecklenburg, who had a terrific performance last week. And there's a, for me, reasonably unknown Japanese, Tanaka Shiho. Down in Pool D, someone to look out for is Alicia Belandi of Italy. Unfortunately, she has a second round contest against Sally Conway, so a tough draw for her. And then there's also Maria Portela down in that lower half of the draw. Okay, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 73 kilo category. Number 1 seed is the former Olympic champion at under 66 kilo category, now safely installed in the under 73 kilo category for a long time now, Lasha Shavdatuashvili of Georgia. The number 2 seed, Tommy Macias of Sweden. The number 3 seed, Ganbata Odbaya of Mongolia. And the number 4 seed, Toha Butbul of Israel. It's not, a really big group, the under 73 kilo category. I think they're a full 32 in this group, so there's no first round bye for anybody. A straight 32. Lasha Shavdatuashvili will start off against the Russian Yevgeny Propachuk. That will be a round 1 contest, and that will be on mat 2, the second fight in. So we're going to start on mat 3, but it could be that we'll have to shift over to mat 2 to catch Lasha Shavdatuashvili. Fabio Basile, the Olympic champion at under 66 kilos, he's moved up to 73. He is also in the mix. He has a first round contest against Georgios Azoidis of Greece. So that could be a tough one. And just looking a little bit further down, this is a nice group, really. And really, the seeds should be very difficult to displace. This is a nice draw for them. This was a good one to come to, because the group is, if we're absolutely honest, not that strong. Okay, in the under 81 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Frank de Wit of the Netherlands. The number 2 seed is Sagi Muki of Israel. The number 3 seed is Matthias Kasse of Belgium. And the number 4 seed is the current Olympic champion at under 81 kilos, Hassan Karl Musayev of Russia. Now, the Russians have traditionally been very, very strong at this weight. I just mentioned that they've got the current Olympic champion here. Just going to take a quick look and see who goes to make up the Russian quartet, if indeed they've put 4 in. We've already mentioned Hassan Karl Musayev. He's the number 4 seed. Stanislav Semenov of Russia is up in group in Pool A. Then down in Pool B, we've got Hassan Karl Musayev. In Pool C, there is no Russian, so they haven't been able to put a third one in. That's a little bit surprising there. The third one actually goes down into Pool B. That's Abbas Azizov. So they're missing one, and I'm a little bit surprised there because they've got such depth. Matthias Kasse, we mentioned him as the number 3 seed. He's in a tricky pool with Vladimir Zoloyev of Kyrgyzstan and Antoine Valois-Fortier of Canada. Otgun Batar is also in that mix, as well as another Georgian right down at the bottom of the draw, Luka Maisoradze. So that is looking like a tough pool. That is Pool D. Coming back up to Pool B, this should prove interesting, especially in round 2 when we've got the young Georgian Tata Grigalashvili. He will go up in his second round contest against the Japanese Nagase Takanori. Sami Chuchi of Belgium, Robin Pacek of Sweden, they're all in that mix, as well as Alexios Thanasidis of Greece. He has often been a very difficult player to get past. The opening contest for the number 1 seed, by the way, will be in round 2 when Frank de Wit faces Ungvari Attila. So that's as many of the contests as I can tell you about. That's all of the top 4 seeds in the 4 weight categories. As ever, the choice of whichever mat you watch is entirely up to you. If you click on 1, 2 or 3, you will get whichever mat it is that you have chosen. And if you click on the little icon that looks like a microphone, then you will get the commentated channel, and you will end up going wherever it is that I go, or my colleague Dennis van der Geest. Dennis van der Geest will be with us shortly. Okay, we're going to start by taking a look at the opening contest on mat number 3. It's in the under 73 kilo category. It features the number 2 seed, Tommy Macias of Sweden. He's up against Lehi Ediev of Russia. It'll be Macias in the white judogi, Ediev in blue. The fighters are just making their way into the competition hall and will be underway in a moment. And I'll try to keep you up to date and informed about what's happening on each of the mats, but you can see from those little boxes at the top of your screen who is on where. Mat 1 in the under 81 kilo category, Smenov versus Bayam Munk of Mongolia. Meyerson in the under 70 kilo categories against Ank Tuya of Mongolia. And here on mat number 3, Tommy Macias of Sweden and Lechi Ediev of Russia. Nedim Beyat of Turkey is the referee in the middle as we get underway with the opening contest on day 2 of the Ekaterinburg Grand Slam. There we go. Isaev of Russia gave us a nice performance yesterday in the final with Kylian Lebluc of France. I'm not going to say that it was a classic. It was at times difficult to watch. Very, very tough fight between the pair of them. I wonder what the Russians are going to be able to offer up today. A little sumigashi, but not for scoring purposes. It was just a transition. I see us looking to engage Ediev in a bit of nearwaza. Ediev looking to go left-sided there. Macias just getting backed up into that corner a little bit. Really would like to be somewhere else. Left-sided Sode Tsurikomi Goshi effort from Ediev, but Macias manages to avoid getting caught up in that. Little Yoko Sutemi was her effort from Ediev. Again, Macias avoiding getting caught up in that. Just a little reminder to those of you watching at home that the referees have been instructed for a few tournaments now to encourage the fighters to tidy up the gis for themselves. They don't want to keep calling mate and asking the fighters to tidy up their gis. Just leave it up to them, and in between contests I'll come back to this point. We'll just focus on the action for the moment. Thought about the Koso Dagaki and the modified Kataguruma here now from Macias, almost catching Ediev. Slow to develop that one, but you could see where it was going. This time he does catch it. Well, you know, it took a little bit of time to work out. You see us coming up with the tying score. Very good morning to everyone who's just joining in particular those who are hoping to see Tommy Macias of Sweden come up with a win. Good morning to all of you. And for those of you who are watching from Japan, Ohayou gozaimasu. Maybe the Georgians are watching as well. Gauma Jurba. Say hello to everyone, shall we? We expect a slightly bigger crowd in today. Chance for a Juji Gatami here. If you can just keep him down, he doesn't. And Ediev lifts his opponent off the ground, and at that point the referee decides to call matter. They're back up on their feet now and slightly behind the action. Half a minute left to go. Very good morning to people who might be watching in the Caribbean as well. I'll be down there next week myself. Won't be in Jamaica, but be pretty close. Lucky enough to be landing in Trinidad and then going on to Tobago. So good morning to everybody who's watching in Jamaica. Second penalty picked up by Ediev there. Right, well, both the players have managed to pick up the Rosario piece. So we're going to have golden score. Bom dia, I gotta say to our Portuguese viewers as well. Buenos dias. Okay, obviously got people watching from all over the world. It's going to be a bit tricky, isn't it, saying good morning to everybody, but why not say salut, bonjour to our friends from France. Oh, he catches him. Down he goes. Oh dear. You might want to have a look at that. I'm sure that Ediev fancies his chances here. Maybe just got the one hand down. You need to get both hands behind the back. And in that way, you can come up with the score with the fighter who is trying to attempt to avoid going on his back by putting both hands behind him. Tadej Gatami from Tommy Macias. The referee's already called Osaikomi, but he's going to come out of here, I think. He does. Chance to work on the arm now. Not the best position, and he misses out. This is the action here. Koji Gake, just the one elbow. If he's down on both, then they give that as a score. Well, the Russian coach thought it was a score, but well, you would, wouldn't you, for your own guy? You fancy a score, but not given. A bit of Ashiwaza. We didn't say good morning to the Korean viewers, but not sure that we got that many viewers from Korea this morning. If there are any, we'll give them a shout out in a minute. Rosario piece, nicely balanced between Macias and Ediev. And a few jokers in the house this morning. I love that message that we've just had there. That was a score from Ediev about, well, you always say in English good morning, but what about a special English greeting? Well, I don't know, a special greeting specifically for the English. I suppose I could say, all right, pal, how are you doing? That's about as good as it gets. And of course, how could I forget? Schönen Gruß an alle. Guten Morgen. Wir begrüßen jeder. For the Germans, how's that? Well, what a battle this one is proving to be. The referee's just asking them to tidy up. Oh, this is getting really tricky now. Just had someone greeting us from the Transvaal. I don't think they call it that anymore, do they? Anyway, you just put that there. Somewhere in South Africa he is. Goeiemorgen kijkers. There you go. No more, please. I'm being sorely taxed there. Third penalty picked up by Ediev. He just wants him to bow and finish off properly. Yep, that's why you do the sport. Picked up the third penalty. Nedim Beyat, actually, the referee there, was quite correct in asking Ediev, despite the fact that he was, you know, a bit upset at losing. He's quite correct at saying bow properly, which he did. Right, we're going to go to mat number 2. Thanks very much for that, Freddie. He really knows his stuff, doesn't he? We're moving to watch Lasha Shavdatoashvili of Georgia. He's up against Yevgeny Propachuk of Russia. It's Shavdatoashvili in the white judogi, gets caught there, but only onto his shoulder, down on the side, so there will be a score. Wow. brought down heavily on his side and having to fight to save his arm there. Wake-up call for Shavdatuashvili. He hooked in for the Ojigari. It's a nice take-back, almost with the Kosodagaki counter from Prokopchuk. Oh, let's get it right. Prokopchuk. Yevgeny Prokopchuk. Lots of you getting up really early because of the time difference here. We're just east of the Ural Mountains here, so the time difference is huge for some of you. Those of you who are watching in North America, maybe in Canada. I had a terrific one the other day about why do they say Canada A? I'm going to bore you now. It's C-A-N-A-D-A. Shavdatuashvili coming back there strongly, but Prokopchuk coming onto his front. Oh, he's got him again, down onto his side. What a shocker. From nowhere, Yevgeny Prokopchuk catches Lasha Shavdatuashvili absolutely cold. He throws him not once, but twice. What a shock for the Georgians. That really is incredible. And he catches him almost with the same technique. This time he takes the right leg. He went round the back and took. No, he hooked him the last time here. Yep, same, almost exactly the same. Untidy bit of work from Lasha Shavdatuashvili, getting himself into a position where Prokopchuk could make a name for himself by banging over the #1 seed. Yep, it is what a shock. And putting him out in the opening round. No way that we could have expected that. Dear, oh dear. Let's go down to mat #1. We're going to take a look at Filip Stanchel of Slovakia. He's up against Dominik Drzeta of Croatia. It's Stanchel in the white judogi, Drzeta in blue. And what an opening. Oh, we get down there when it's all over, I'm afraid. A little bit late. We're going to stay down there, however. I think there's a bit of a thread that's going to run through today. Do you want to go down on mat #1? Let's see if we can go down to Stanchel and Drzeta. That's the end of it. Drzeta just leaving the mat, having scored Ippon. We're nicely set up for Denis Kalinin of Russia. He's up against Giga Aburashvili of France. Okay, we did say that everyone's got one. Let's see how this one goes. Kalinin in the white judogi, Aburashvili in blue. And for those of you who are, big supporters of the Georgian team, I know that there are plenty of them out there. We've lost Lasha Shavdatuashvili already, but down in the lower half of the draw and coming up, fairly shortly, we've got Valery Iashvili, and he's up against another Russian. It's a Russia-Georgia matchup all day today. He'll be up against Georgi Elbakiev. Anyway, that's to come. Before that, we've got Denis Kalanin in the white judogi, the Russian in the white judogi, against Giga Aburashvili of France in the blue judogi. Nice sounding French name, isn't it? But as I've said on many occasions, everyone's got one.
First round for men, the 73 kilos. The white judogi representing Tajikistan, Mehruzi Khojazadeh. In blue, representing Germany, Robert Barwick.
We should be joined by Dennis van der Geest soon, former World Open champion. He was up here with us yesterday. He may come in there again. We await his arrival and In the meantime, while I've got a couple of seconds, let me just say hello to Lars up in Sweden and Richard over in the UK. Happy birthday, buddy. I hope you have a good one, sitting with your feet up, relaxing. Take the weight off your feet, yeah. Enjoy the day. Thinking about the left-sided Makikomi, but he really hasn't unsettled Kalanin enough to bring him over. Missing out there. It's amazing, really, just how many people are up so early in the morning trying to catch some judo. Congratulations to all of you. I take my hat off to those of you who've got to be up at 2 o'clock in the morning to try and catch your favourite fighters. And just let me remind you, for those of you that are not too sure, you can choose whichever mat you want. You don't have to stick here with the commentator channel. Yeah, and the reason that Kalanin is not going to score there is because he wasn't in complete control of that technique. So, no score. He almost caught him there. Abuashvili is looking slightly rattled here. Picks up a penalty now. Yeah, you can see that Kalanin is just getting in that kind of position where he's almost waiting for Abuashvili to come in, and because the counters are coming so quickly, every time that Abuashvili comes in, Kalanin is looking to counter him. You know that he can feel something. He's not shocked by anything that Abuashvili has got to offer. Almost came up with the counter himself there, Abuashvili. I'm sitting just a few feet away from a big group of the French fighters. So maybe a bit of noise if Abuashvili comes up with something. French have obviously seen something in him and decided to give him a run out. And it's just as well that he's come up against someone like Kalanin, who's not one of the top Russian fighters. So it's nicely balanced between this pair. Single Shido against Abuashvili. We've got a little over a minute left to go. Still early days. Kojigaki a little bit desperate from Abuashvili, too far away from him, and he's gone back to that kind of Makikomi effort as well. It's a combination there, isn't it? You know, you've got the two, the Kojigaki hook and then the Makikomi arm, but he hasn't been able to decide which one he really wants to go for.
Next contest on Tatami 2.
Those of you who are interested in watching the Brazilians, they're on mat 2 at the moment. Eduardo Barbosa about to take to mat 2 again. He's just waiting for him, isn't he? You can see that. Kalanin just feels comfortable allowing Abuashvili to come into him. And he puts him onto his back. I wonder if we're just noticing a bit of tape or plaster hanging around on the mat. He gets rid of that. Don't forget, you can click on any mat you want. You don't have to stay here with us. If you want to watch Ganbata Odbaya, he's down on mat number 3. Eduardo Barbosa is on mat number 2. We're going to finish off here on mat number 1, because after that we've got Vladimir Zoloyev and Antoine Valois-Fortier of Canada coming up next, and then we've got the number 1 seed Frank de Witt of the Netherlands, and Ungvari Attila. There's a couple of fights to go, and at that stage we'll enjoy the company of Dennis van der Geest by the time that Frank de Witt comes. No doubt he'll have something to say about his countryman. Dennis Kalanin it is with a single score, takes it for Russia, putting out a really spirited effort from a young and fairly unknown Frenchman. So
first round for men under
we move on.
White Judo for Kyrgyzstan, Vladimir Zoloyev.
That was
Canada, London Olympic Games
Giga
medalist.
Abuashvili, the Frenchman. Sorry, I should have given him a little bit more credit and named him properly. Anyway, we move on. Vladimir Zoloyev of Kyrgyzstan in the white judogi faces Antoine Valois-Fortier of Canada. It's Zoloyev in the white judogi, Valois-Fortier in blue. Round one of the under 81 kilo category. We're just going to have one contest in this round one here on mat one, but we're going to stay here to see the upcoming contest between Frank de Witt and Ungvari Attila. We'll pay attention to this for the time being. Very good morning to Dennis van der Geest.
Good morning, Sheldon.
Oh, has he cut his head open? Ooh, Antoine Valois-Fortier got a nasty cut on the head there. Luckily, we haven't got a camera to take sight of that one. He's going to need a bit of strapping. There's Valois-Fortier on that one.
If it's a cut, we will see him as a mummy.
Yeah, you come back with all the tape.
The mummy returns. Yeah,
now,
well.
And because we don't know how long that's going to be, I'm going to ask Freddie if he can take us down to mat number 3 to watch Ganbatar Odbayar of Mongolia. He's up against Alexandru Raicu of Romania. Now, I know that a few of you are not, absolutely sure how to move mats, but there is a button that you click down there. Anyway, I'm sure you'll work it out. You can go down to highlight where the at the bottom of the page, and then there's a little thing called settings. Well, next to that, there's another icon. It looks a little bit like a box with 2 arrows. Yeah, that was well described there. Thanks, Yonan, for helping out. Just click on that, and then it offers you the mats, and you can change to whichever one you want. If you don't like me, you can go somewhere else.
Yeah. Well,
but we like
I'm
everybody.
leaving now.
Right. But we like everybody, don't we? We're all friends with everyone. You can stay with us. But obviously you want to watch your own players, and as soon as Zoloyev and Valois-Fortier come back, we'll go back down there. Raicu almost countered him there.
Really nice
turn,
counter. Yeah. It was a really good Tai-Toshi attempt from Ganbatar. I like Ganbatar as a fighter. He's, you know how the Mongolian they fight real hard. But if I look at his results the last 2 years, only 5th places. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Last 7 competitions who went to, he became 5th. So I think he's really desperate of winning a medal. But let's see what happens.
They're having a good look. How did it feel to you? My feeling was it was worth a look.
It was really strange because it was a really good attack from Ganbatar with the Tai-Toshi, and still it looked like a counter from the Romanian.
Yeah. In the end, they've had a good look at that, and they decided no score.
And sometimes that's the best thing to do, because you don't know, you cannot decide, and then maybe it's better to just do nothing than to give somebody a score if you don't know for sure.
And there is no score between Ganbatar and Raicu. We've got a nice group of people sitting at home watching. And by the way, Zaloyev and Valois-Fortier are back underway. This is into the golden score period. Maybe we'll hang on here just to see what happens, because there are quite a few people who've been asking to watch this one. And as I say, you can choose whichever you want, but I'll hang on here for you guys. Golden score between Ganbatar and Raichu, I think that is the C in Romania.
Raichu.
Yeah, Raichu. We'll give him that. I'm looking forward to seeing Frank de Witt. I wonder what kind of mood he's in, you know?
Well, I saw him yesterday and he looked quite confident. But 81 kilo is a really strong category with a lot of strong fighters.
Raichu just wrapping up the leg there and trying to make sure that there's no progress. If there's no progress, the referee will call mate and stand them up. He's given him a good amount of time, because I didn't really think that he was going to get that leg out. It looked well and truly trapped, but Matthew Bataille, the referee, the big man, you must have been on with him.
Or you have to be Japanese, then the leg was like, yeah, I fight this referee many times. Was a good French athlete. I think it's good to see somebody who was a top player himself turning into a referee. Oh, beautiful one. Yes, beautiful. He just like rotated him, didn't do anything with his legs, or it was not like it looked like an Aikido move.
Nice tay was it then, yeah?
Yeah, really nice.
Freddie will be on that momentarily, and you at home will get to have a second look at Ganbatar Odbayev throwing Alexandru Raichu of Romania. That's round one of the under 73 kilo category. Look at this. Oh,
yeah, the change is really good because he's so dominant with his left stance, and then just turns to the right. Doesn't use his feet or something. Doesn't make osotogari or anything. Just only from the upper side, from the upper body, just turns him just with power. Just giving all the power to the left and then suddenly change to the right. Really nice one.
That was beautiful, wasn't it?
It was beautiful.
Really nice. Valery Yashvili of Georgia is up against Georgi Elbakiev of Russia. Yashvili in the white judogi, Elbakiev in blue. We've already seen one Georgian go out. Lashashev Datuashvili in round one. Knocked out by the unseeded Russian, put him out. Threw him twice. Uchimata, left-sided from Elbakiev, and he comes up with a score.
So not a good start of the second day here in Ekaterinburg for the Georgians.
No, not going their way, but they've got a few bodies in there. They may pick up.
First round for men under 73 kilos, tatami 2. In white judogi.
Yeah, you know, there's so many times when you're asked to go through for your exams, the Gokyo, and you're doing things, and then it doesn't quite catch him there. Well, they do give a second score for it. Maybe from the other side, and that's where the referee's standing. He sees something that we can't from this angle. I was just going to finish off about what looked like maybe, you know...
Well, it was a good attempt. Well, I thought let's see it again. This was the first. First was Ari. This is a real clear Wasari.
No problem there.
Same Uchimata again.
See, from that side, we can't see what's happening with that arm and what side of the body is.
I think it was
hidden,
just enough, and maybe not at this moment, but like he's pulling him a little bit more on the shoulder. And I think that's just enough to give him the second Wasari.
It's only when he comes up that you realise just how
moment.
That you realise just how far he must have been over, and that's why they say, okay, we're going to give him a second score there.
Let's go
Mat one.
Tatami one. Yes.
In blue, representing Kyrgyzstan.
Right, coming on to mat number 1 now. The number 1 seed in the under 81 kilo category, Frank de Witt of the Netherlands, faces Ungvari Attila of Hungary. It's de Witt in the white judogi, Ungvari in blue. Opening contest in round 2. Here's Dennis van der Geest.
And Frank de Witt, number 1 seeded, but this is a difficult first fight. We know the Ungvari family. Of course, his brother, 73 kilo brother, is the best of the family, but it's a big family with all judo guys, and some of them, I think the 73 man is almost 40 years old, still competing. Won a lot of medals, and they're always prepared. They always look fit, want to fight. So sometimes, of course, in 81 kilo you have a lot of good players, so it's difficult to have like a first round that's easy. But well, you can pick out a few that you want to have the first round. And I know for sure for Frank de Witt, Ungvari is not the one he really wants to have the first fight. But in the end, yeah, if you want to go to the medals, you have to win a few fights.
Yeah, I like watching Frank de Witt when, you know, he's steaming ahead.
Yeah, very dominant now. And you know what Frank does? He doesn't fight for the sleeve. He starts with his left hand on the lapel of Ungvari. That's important for him, to have the lapel here.
Yeah, got
there
it.
He has.
Yeah.
And now he can go for the right hand, the overhead grip. That's very strong. So he doesn't have to fight for the sleeve. We don't see the kumikata fight going on for a long time, because this is a dominant grip from Frank de Witt.
Just trying to set things up now, de Witt. Once he feels that he's right, he'll launch. And it's Ungvari who feels uncomfortable.
Yes, well, if he uses his feet a little bit more, then I think Ungvari will get penalized. But, oh, this is... that are moments that can go both ways. But, yeah, here's the penalty for Ungvari. But still, Frank de Witt has a very dominant grip, but still gives Ungvari enough power to just hang on.
Second penalty, sorry.
Yeah. So he has to be patient now. And again, really good grip with the left hand. So now he comes over with the top hand again. And you see Frank de Witt developed. He's a bit more tactical now, where he used to go for ippon all the time. Also, yes, with 2 penalties of his opponent, he would still go for the big ippon. And sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but it's too much risk. And now he's like fighting very tactically. There he has the left hand again, and for Ungvari it's really difficult to do something about it. Tries to fight himself into the body of Frank de Witt, tries to get a little bit closer, but Frank has a really dominant grip and looks strong. ...20 seconds left to go, time running out for
a score in regular time. Looks as though this may have to go into golden score. Yeah, well, unfortunately, he got involved in this thing we were talking about yesterday. The last thing that he needed to do was to get involved in that kind of, you know, negative gripping exchange, because it suited Frank de Witt. He was perfectly happy to take a penalty. In the end, he didn't get penalised. It was Ungvari who picked up a third.
Yeah, it was a good first fight for Frank de Witt. Of course, he's the #1 seeded, so you're expecting something. Well, he stick to his plan the whole 4 minutes. Didn't want to take too much risk to make a score, and maybe it was possible in the last minute to make a score, but he still stick to his plan, and well, he's through to the second round.
Well, coming up next, we've got Eduardo Santos of Brazil. He's up against Beksan Abdullayev of Kazakhstan. It's Santos in the white judogi, Abdullayev in blue. It's quite early in the morning in Brazil, but I know there are quite a few people watching. Big time difference between here and South America.
Brazil has two 81 kilo players who are in the tour and who do quite okay. This Santos, number 21, and of course Victor Penalber, number 27 in the ranking. So they're close to each other.
Abdullayev picked up a cut. I don't know what happened to. Let's just have a check and see what happened to Antoine Valois Fortier. Did you see the result of that contest? Nor did I, against Zaloyev. I'll just have a quick refresh of that page, because they were down on mat number 1 and we moved from there. It was Valois Fortier who came out on top. He won that contest. He will face Matthias Kass of Belgium in the second round. Yeah. Santos coming up with the score, and now the Osai Komi really wants to push that right arm of Abdullayev.
That was a shame for Santos, because he had the chance of winning, because he had like a good newaza and a good hold down, but couldn't control the head of the Kazakhstan. That was, I think, a bit strange, because normally if you make a hold down like this, you go for the head, because you know if you have the head, then the body will stay put.
Abdullayev had managed to get his right arm in there somehow, and normally you get the it's your head and shoulder that pushes that across to your opponent's head and traps that part. Then you've got him fixed. That didn't happen, and he managed to get himself out. But trapping the head, that would have been the end of it for Abdullayev. He lives to fight another day, and there's half the contest still to come. Anyway, Wazari is the lead for Santos at the halfway point.
Yeah, so still a chance for Abdullayev to come back into this game. Wazari down, but still 2 minutes to go, so there are chances for him. But Santos looks very, very strong.
You're going to have to be careful here, because if the referee has to tell him any more about tidying up, that's the third time that he's had to tell him, I want you to tidy it up properly. I want your opponent to be able to get hold of something without it coming out every time and having nothing to grip. That's basically...
second was Ari for Santos.
Not going to matter now.
No. So I think he needed this moment of unwrapping his belt just to have a few seconds of rest. But that's something the referee also knows.
And it didn't work out for him. Okay, Santos it is, who goes into round 3. Here's the score. Just manages to get
Good
the right...
score.
Yeah, and here is where he misses.
Look.
He misses out.
Yeah, you know, he puts his arm on the side and not on the head. That's why it's possible for Abdul Aliyev to get up. Here he gets up. So now he had to change with his right hand just to grab his head and not keep his right hand over the shoulder. But in the end, it did not matter because he threw him again.
On mat number 1 now, Etienne Briand of Canada is up against Arthur Wright of the United States of America. Briand in the white judogi, Wright in blue. Round 2 of the under 81 kilo category. This is still up there in Pool A. The winner of this will face the winner of the upcoming contest. We won't go that far then. Santos it is who faces Frank de Witt.
Yes. Strong field of athletes today in the 81.
Golden score.
And also for Canada, interesting 81 kilos because they have also 2 players, like the Brazilian, have 2 81 kilo players who are around top 20. Etienne Briand and Antoine Fortier. They're both like Briand is number 20, Fortier is number 25. They both fight today.
Arthur Wright is one of a family of 3 who are fighting today. Did you see that story? 3 people from the same family fighting, a girl and 2 boys. You know, you will know that yourself from having fought many times with Elko. But for a third to be on the mat at the same time, that's pretty good, isn't it? We've got quite a few brother and sister or brother or sister combinations. And quite high level as well. The Shishime, and Tori, Abe.
Abes.
Yeah, the Abes.
We had the whole Nakamura. Nakamura clan.
you mentioned Ungvari this morning.
Yes, Ungvari.
Yeah. Suppose we could talk about the Hungarian that we saw. Was it last week we saw her? One of the Hungarian girls in the under 52 kilo category. Her sister had fought at 63, and the brother. Yeah. So that was a 3 as well. Families.
We're always talking about judo family, but that are real judo and judo family.
Matic, Barbara and Brigitte. Yeah. Freddie could tell us about some Italians, I suppose. Italian family. Oh yeah,
Madalonis, of course. Yeah. Madaloni. I saw Madaloni, Pino Madaloni, the Olympic champion of Sydney. I saw him yesterday. He's here, I think, as referee.
Supervisor. Yeah.
It's good to see some of these names in the judo. Oh, brilliant! Etienne Briand
That was class, wasn't it?
Massive shoulder throw. You see Arthur Wright thinking like, yeah, okay, I've lost by Ippon, but I also know that maybe this one we will see on YouTube a few times.
I've made the highlights reel, yeah. On the receiving end of the highlights reel.
But well executed.
Right, this should, there you go.
Oh, yeah, really nice.
Flew there, didn't he?
So deep. He went in so deep.
Does it remind you of the other Canadian yesterday with the little pull at the end?
Yeah,
from, you know? That was Jessica Klimke.
Klimkeit.
Yeah, she put in a nice effort there. What's happened to... Oh, there is Lucenti. Emmanuel Lucenti of Argentina faces Stanislav Smenov of Russia. It's Lucenti in the white judogi, Smenov in blue. Lucenti looking to attend his 4th Olympic Games. Can you believe it?
Unbelievable.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's if you compare it to another South American country, Brazil, where judo is really big. In Argentina, you don't see a lot of good male judo players. Of course, they have with Pareto, they have an Olympic champion. With the women, I think the only Olympic medal Argentina has won in judo. But there are not so many men who are capable of winning a medal in the IGF Tour. Problem also for Lucenti here. Some strong Newaza from Semenov. But I think... Yes. Good Newaza. Making a Sankaku, but from the completely different side. And for Lucenti, yeah, this is not like a strangle, you know. Normally a Sankaku, it's a strangle, but he puts so much pressure with the legs that you see Lucenti feels his shoulder and his neck. It's not about the strangle that you cannot breathe anymore, but just the pressure on your body that made him tap.
Next contest on men 2. First round
yeah,
for men
you see here.
3 kilos. Welcome in white, judogi representing Italy. Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games champion in under 66 kilograms, Fabio Basile.
Nice how he uses his own hand to make the Sankaku even better. He wants to have this his feet in the, how do you say it?
The crook.
The crook. Yes.
Yeah. Nicely done. Well, we've got a choice here. We've got 2 Olympic champions on the mat. Hassan Kalmuzaev of Russia on mat number 1 faces Alexios Thanasidis of Greece, and then on mat number 2 we've got Fabio Basile, and he's also against a Greek.
Whatever you want to make.
The choice is yours.
Let's go for Basile, or Basile. I want to see what he's up to.
Right, Fabio Basile of Italy in the white judogi, Georgios Azoidis of Greece in blue. There you go.
Because he's now fighting, of course, in a different category, 73 kilo. Now the Olympic champion, 66. And for a moment I was thinking, well, maybe this is the one-hit wonder, you know, winning Olympic gold, and that will be that will be it. Took him some time to get into his new category, but it looks like he's feeling quite comfortable now.
Valentina Kostenko of Russia has just thrown Caitlin Quadras of Brazil for Ippon down on mat number 3.
I asked Maddaloni, the 2000 Olympic champion from Italy, yeah, what do you think of Basile, or how do you pronounce his name? Basile.
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 Yeah.
And he says, totally unpredictable. So I cannot say anything about it.
Who knows?
The way he was Olympic champion, you know, in great style, but
I may have bored people at home with this story before, but he said, when he was having difficulty qualifying, he said, I'm going to go to the Olympics and win it. And I laughed. I'm not in his face, but I laughed to myself.
Yeah.
I thought, come on, you're not even qualified.
No.
Even if you go, you can have a nice experience, but you were talking about winning it. And then he did.
yeah.
Yep.
He won a bronze medal in Grand Slam in Paris a month ago. So there was some fighting there, and that was, I think, for me, one of the first moments I was looking at him at 73, and I was thinking like, okay.
Karl Mozaev has picked up Wazari down on mat number 1. Go on, Dennis.
Yeah, you know, yeah, you can see that he changed his posture a bit. A lot of fighters, when they come from 66 till 73, you see it's a big difference. 73 kilo players, they're a bit taller and stronger, of course, and you see that the Italian had some problems with it.
The referee looks at this exchange. She sees the Greek player pulling in on a strong grip, not doing anything, calls him out and says, hey, you know, you're guilty, but the colleagues overrule her. I'd go for that, you know, because there was nothing happening there. He was just pulling Basile down, wasn't using that strong grip. Take a strong grip and use it, but don't take a strong grip and just kill the contest. And they overruled her, unfortunately. I thought that was a good call. Anyway.
But I still see Basile, he still has a bit of lack of power.
Yeah, as you say, stepping up from 66 to 73, he's going to take a while.
Yeah, and well, he's fighting now, I think a year or something, 73 kilos.
Took a while for Georgi Zantaraya when he moved up from 60 to 66. He still had all the throwing skills, that kind of thing, but as you say, that bit of power, they can tend to get overpowered when they move up a weight.
Nice Taitoshi attempt.
Karl Mozaev still leads by Wazari down on mat number 1. Less than a minute to go there.
Oh, really nice. It looked like he had absolutely no control. That's a good moment to score, in 20 seconds before the end of the fight. That was really nice attack from Basile. The Greek was so dominant with his right hand. And he was fighting, he was fighting all the time to prevent his right hand to come into his neck. And then in 1 second he just changed it Look at this. Yeah, it's really nice. Look, here the right hand comes again, and here he goes with some sort of, how do you say it?
Freddie will show us one more time. I get the feel that there's something like Makikomi about it.
Yeah, but like Makikomi, on a complete different...
Of the other side.
Yeah.
But you were talking about this the other day. They're coming up with things. The fighters come up with things. You know, we know that the techniques are set this way, and then all of a sudden there's a little bit of a change here or there.
Yeah, this was some sort of soda seonage, but yeah... with a style, you know, it's great. If you see this, because this is what the Greek did, like for 4 minutes, just coming over with his right hand, coming over with his right hand, and he was defending, and now he comes with the right hand, and that's the moment he can make this technique.
And works it out, yeah. Well worked out by Vasile. On the mat now, someone, Makhmadekov of Tajikistan faces Hazmat Isayev of Germany. Makhmadbekov in the white judogi, Isayev in blue, but I think actually we're going to be going down to mat number one. Not quite yet. We'll hang on here for a bit and watch Makhmadbekov. Why not? But at some stage we'll be wandering down to watch Grigalashvili and Nagase, the Georgian and the Japanese. That will be on mat number one. Not quite yet though. Got some time.
It's a bit confusing for the crowd here. See a German fighting Isayev. We've seen some Isayevs, but
yesterday we had
we had a
final,
Isayev yesterday.
Issa Isayev yesterday, losing out to Kylian Leblouch of France in that final. That was a good effort from both fighters, although Dennis and myself kind of agreed it wasn't the classic, you will remember this fight forever. It was a hard, tough battle that eventually Kylian Leblouch came out on top of.
Yeah.
Where is he today? I think the French team there, maybe we can have a word with him and get him up here. The French team are sitting a few meters away. Let's give them a shout and see where Kylian Leblouch is. Here's Dennis. They said he's in the warm-up area, warming someone up. Poor fella. Takes the gold medal on one day, next day you're a warm-up partner.
But no, I think that's the best part. When you win a competition and the next day you just walk into the training area and everybody knows that you just won a gold medal, and that feels quite okay. Well, they did not ask me many times for warming up because I was always fighting the last day.
Yeah.
And it was not possible for me to warm up with a 60 or 60 kilo guy.
Lucky then. Yeah. Lucky them.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to leave you with Dennis van der Geest for a couple of minutes. And I'll hopefully be back in time for Grigalashvili and Nagase. That's going to be on mat number one. That should be a real bang-em-up, smash-em-up contest. Here's Dennis.
Makhmadbekov from Tajikistan, still a youngster, won a bronze medal at the World Championships Juniors. And has a good lead at the moment against the German Isayev with 2 penalties. So really close to a third penalty, Isayev. Trying to make a roll. Hooked his leg in and tried to roll the German over, but he knew what was happening. For Isaev, it's really difficult to come close to Makhmatbekov because his left hand is really strong. He has the lapel there, and I think this is the end of the fight. This was very tactically from Makhmatbekov. He knew with 2 Shidos that 1 Shido was enough to win this fight, so didn't do anything himself, and Isaev was not capable of doing anything, so good win. Let's go to tatami 3 if it's possible.
Tatami 2 will start.
Thank
the
you.
first round for women under 63 kilos. In white judogi representing Kazakhstan, Lolanta Perzibekova.
The battle of the lowlands, Belgium against the Netherlands.
Tatami 1, golden score.
It's Sanne van Dijk who will win this fight. Pinned Willems down for Wazaria Nippon. Next is round 2 for women under 70 kilogram.
Second round for women under 70 kilograms, tatami 3. In white judogi representing Greece, Elizabeth Deltsidou. In blue, representing Japan, Tanaka Shio.
Tanaka Shio, girl from the Japanese team, but not one we've seen a lot. Japanese did not go to Ekaterinburg with their strongest team. In a few weight categories. They have a lot of good fighters, of course, in Japan. Big judo base, so also the number 3 or 4 from Japan is still a fighter that is capable of winning a medal. Deltsidou looks very defensive here. And it's not because Tanaka was really pushing her down. She was standing like this herself. So I think this is a good decision of the referee. sometimes you see a fighter pushing the other one really down without, without making an attempt for a score. But I think the Greek girl is not fit enough anymore. But we're still 1:30 in the fight, but already picked up 2 penalties. So I think she has to change her plan a little bit. Just go in with the hip throw or something. It's the Japanese who is a left-hand fighter, and Greece is right-handed. But she stepped out of the mat again.
Second round.
And again, so 3 penalties.
In white judogi representing Belgium, Sami Shushi. In blue judogi representing Estonia, Aslanbek Magomed Karimov.
You could see the Greek coach. He's not happy with this because if you have 2 Shidas, just try something. Make a big hip throw, try to do something. Maybe you get countered for ippon, but losing a fight like this doesn't give you like a real good feeling. Of course, losing a fight never gives you a good feeling, but if you lose like this in almost 2 minutes, 3 penalties for not attacking. Well, here we have the other right, the right family fighting today. We'll get some cheering from her brother. Her brother lost a few minutes ago his first fight against Etienne Briand. He was fighting 81 kilos. Let's go and check tatami 1, please. Where Chuichi from Belgium is now fighting Magomed Karimov from Estonia, but next fight will be Grigolasvili from Georgia against Nagase from Japan.
I'm looking forward to that.
Me too.
We've got all of the media team all focusing on that. I think that's going to be a big one. Lots of people downstairs just milling around the press room, having a quick coffee and getting prepared to rush back to see that one. So there's something in the offing there. And then Sagi Muki of Israel is up immediately after that as well.
Yeah, we don't know in what form Nagase is. Of course, the former world champion, but lost the senior championship in 2017. Did not see a lot from him. Yeah, of course, in Osaka he won a bronze medal and won the Grand Slam Tokyo, but it was in 2016. So,
and for those of you who are following the fortunes of the United States of America, 3 from that family, the Wright family, they're down on mat number 3. Well, one of them anyway, Chantel Wright. She just stepped off to get some medical treatment. She's a Wazari down against Asma Niang of Morocco. There's 2:20 left in that contest down there.
And I just said, like, her brother is cheering, lost a few minutes ago against Briand. But it's good. I like, of course, because I'm from a judo family as well, and I was fighting years and years together with my brother. Gives it something extra.
Yeah, my brother did judo, and one of my sisters did as well. We all, as juniors, they then went off and did other things. But I remember going to competitions, and the three of us would be around. Of course, you were interested in what the other one was doing. My sister picked up a few medals, and then my brother, he probably won a good deal more than I did as a junior, and then he just stopped. But I do have a cousin who was Pan American silver medalist under 52 kilos, and same name.
So there's a bit of judo blood in your family, but they said to you, Sheldon, you better talk about judo, not do judo. But
and I've never met her.
No?
Never met her. Yeah, silver medalist at the Pan American Championships, comes from Venezuela, because it's very close to Trinidad, and I've never met her. Almost caught there. Chuchi leads by Wazari with 20 seconds left to go. You won't have to wait long now. Chuchi leads by Wazari, Grigilashvili and Nagase. We can see them down at the far end of the competition hall. Just neither of them can stand still. They're both bobbing and weaving and shaking a little bit. Nervous energy, I suppose. There we go.
We spoke yesterday. We saw Van Snick from Belgium, and we spoke that they're doing quite okay again in Belgium. For a while they didn't have a lot of, I think also maybe one or two good male competitors, but now also in 81 kilo they have two good ones, Choichi,
Matthias Kasse
and Kasse. I think they're both fighting for this one spot at the Olympics.
The young boy who blew out yesterday, Jori Verstraat, he's a good kid, he just had a bad day yesterday.
Yes. 100 kilo, they have a good one. They have
Toma Nikiforov.
Yes, Nikiforov, yeah.
And, well, Dirk van Tichel hasn't given up yet, has he?
He's still there, yes. If Van Tichel stops, then I stop. So,
Gabriela Willems in the under 70 kilo category. She's fast developing.
Judogi representing Georgia, Tato Grigilashvili.
Roxanne Taymans, who's still about.
Representing Japan. Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games bronze medalist and 2015 world champion.
Well, here it is then.
Yep.
On mat number 1, round 2 of the under 81 kilo category. Tato Grigilashvili of Georgia faces Nagase Takanori of Japan. It's Grigilashvili in the white judogi, Nagase in blue.
Grigilashvili still a youngster.
Didn't like the grip, did he?
Yeah, well, I always enjoy when a Georgian is fighting a Japanese, because of course everybody has his own style, but like some countries they have some certain style of judo, and the Georgians, they like to do the wrestling style. Yes, Judo for Nagase, and the Japanese want to stand straight, and so this is a real style clash. And it's
And remember what we were saying about that they've got their own clock. The Japanese have got their own timing, and their tempo tends to be that little bit slower. Perfectly possible that if Grigilashvili just keeps up that tempo, Nagase, who's taking his time to get into it, could pick up a second here.
Well, I see the Georgian stance really good for Nagase's Uchimata, but he needs to have the right grip And every time when the Georgian is over the head of Nagase with his left hand, Nagase doesn't fight for the grip, for the lapel, but starts to do the same judo. Also puts his arm around the waist of the Georgian and goes into the style of the Georgian. I don't know if that's just a real good decision from Nagase.
Yeah, someone's
bleeding. His nose is bleeding.
He had a look before the referee, and Nagase said, "I'm okay." This time around, however, they've taken another bump, so there's a pause in the action. All sorts of things come into play when you've got this kind of quality. The difference between the pair is going to be so small. A small thing could upset it. So any advantage that you can take, you want to be able to take. There's a single Shido against Nagase at the moment. That was for the drop that he took when Grigaliashvili came around with the big right arm and just put him under pressure. Didn't like that, and he bailed out of that exchange.
No, but we saw it afterwards 3 more times, and I think Nagase is not happy with this this break, because you know, like, it's a young Georgian fighter. You know how he started the fight with real much pressure and much energy. So you know that maybe it's difficult for the Georgian to keep that level up for 4 minutes. But now we're 1:20 into the fight, and he gets a lot of rest, so he can start over again. So I think the Georgian is really happy with this break. But here's Nagase. He had also a moment of thinking how to beat the Georgian, who gave him another
whack on return.
Yes, no, with his hand. You know, that can happen with the style of the Georgian. You can see that. Here's the Uchimata. That's what I say. The Georgian walks for the Uchimata, but I think for Nagase it's important that he puts his... that was really close. One way and then the other. I mean, he was on his way down, Grigaliashvili, and he managed to turn that, didn't he? Yeah, it was like a good attempt from Nagase, but it's not like the style he wants to. Now the Grigaliashvili is off. Go. Yeah. The thing is, it's on his lip. He's got to go as well. We knew it was going to be... Here it's Nagase who just tries to make like a Kosoto Gage. But he needs this this style because of the Georgian way of gripping. I think for Nagase now they're both off. The only one left on the mat now is Roland Poiga. Yes. It's like, well, I did not fly to Ekaterinburg to just stand on the mat. Give me some judo players. Anybody who doesn't understand judo coming in now and looking at this, what's that guy doing? Yes. You know, you've got 2 minutes 16 on the clock. It's 0-0. Where are the combatants? The Georgian and the Japanese team send 2 invisible men who are fighting now. No, they have a small problem, Nagase, with his nose bleeding. And the lip, he's cut his lip. Yes, and the lip. Yeah. And Grigaliashvili now also had a small injury, but he's back on track. And we'll start, when it's Hajime, we'll start with the same energy as he started in the beginning of the competition. For Nagase, this breaks is not... No, it's not in his favor. Yeah, he doesn't get time to settle. He begins to work on something, and then it's broken up. And I think it works for Grigaliashvili. He doesn't mind, you know. Again, no, Grigaliashvili has one puts effort in this fight. He has one gripping style, and that is with the hand over the head. Wants to go to the waist, you know, or to the back, and just pull Nagase in. And Nagase is now thinking, okay, what do I have to do to break this grip and give him the right posture for my Uchimata, because he walks for the Uchimata, Grigolashvili. But we will see a Georgian who will start as in the beginning.
Here we go again then.
Yeah.
There will be opening ceremony, which will start at 4:10.
Just on one side at the moment. Nagase broke that up. Tape, all sorts of tape over his face now, Nagase.
Now the Japanese has a good grip. This is his moment to get the or a score or the Shido back, so he'll get the Shido back for sure. Yeah. So it's equal again. I think Nagase found a solution how he can manage to get the lapel of the Georgian with his right hand.
Yeah, the only time that Grigolashvili...
But this Georgian just changes from left to right in like 1 second. So that's really difficult, but...
Yeah, the only time that it looks as though Grigolashvili is going to threaten Nagase is when Grigolashvili puts himself at risk.
Yep.
You know, and as you say, he almost steps onto the Uchimata before.
No, he's trying to fight his way into the body of Nagase, but Nagase now knows how important the right hand on the lapel is. So now he has it. And that's why the Georgian is changing his stance. Was fighting all the time, he was fighting left, now he's fighting right over it, but you can see that that is not his favorite posture. So now Nagase is in control of this fight. And here he goes for almost Wazari with Kochigari. Some good Newaza trying to make Sankaku here.
Next contest on Tatami 3, second round, women under 70 kilograms. In white judo representing Kazakhstan.
You see what Nagase wants to do. He wants to have this with the right hand on the lapel. He wants to have this as fast as possible. Another Shido for the Georgian. Here he goes again. Because this is the only way Grigolashvili can make a score. And Nagase knows this. So he's making a, I don't want to say false attack, but an attack just to avoid this Georgian power. He has to fight out with this right arm, but yeah. Just wait for the Uchimata of Nagase. If he gets the sleeve, we're going for a golden score.
The timing of the contest on mat 2 was so close to the one on mat number 1. Then when they heard the gong go, they thought it was their own, but there was still a couple of seconds left to go.
I thought I had some sort of delay in my head.
Nagase's got to go off again. And again, it suits Grigolashvili because he can get time to gather himself. You know,
Grigolashvili standing in a typical Georgian way, you know, the hands on the knees.
Bent over.
Bent over, yes, just getting a bit of energy back because he knows Nagase now has a solution for his dominant grip.
Well, we knew it was going to be a difficult and testing contest. The only thing that you hope for is that there's a degree of attractiveness about it. I can't really say that at the moment because it's been a lot of stoppages due to injuries not only picked up by Nagase, but Grigilashvili. Anyway, the winner of this, by the way, in all of this, we've missed out by saying that the winner of this will face Sami Chuti of Belgium in round 3.
Well, it's a shame that this is a good fight, and of course, you know, it's we're doing a martial art. We're not playing chess, so things like this can happen. And yeah, you want, as a doctor, it's also difficult because you're standing now. You know that everybody is waiting for you, but you have to do it the right way, because otherwise, in 10 or 20 seconds,
they'll be back.
he's back again. Yeah, so you have to wrap it up really good, or making the right decision. But for the fight and
well, that's what we expected the last time round, wasn't it? That they would come back with a lot more strapping.
Yeah.
They just came back with 2 pieces of tape.
Yeah, we thought the mummy returns, but it was not a mummy.
Well, perhaps this time we'll get to see that. We don't normally hang around this long for an injury, but we don't want to miss anything. We don't want to go away and find out that, you know, they've come back to the mat. So we're just going to hang on until Nagase is taped up, because I suspect that that's why it's taking a little bit longer, that they're actually putting the full Monty on him now.
I don't know if we can see it.
Well, if I stand up maybe on this side, it's just out of my view. You may have to walk around the front there.
Maybe we're the only two people in the world who are here he's back again, because otherwise we could have watched Gaillet on the other mat. I hope the referee is happy with this. Well, we were talking about the mummy returns now. Here you have it.
It hasn't quite happened though, has it? It's not really. It's got a bit of, yeah, it has got a little bit of strapping on there. It looks more like something from
Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, Silence of the Lambs. Yeah. We're into the golden score anyway, and Grigilashvili's got to get out of there.
And Nagase is doing what he did all the time, just having the right grip with his right hand. And it will be very difficult for the Georgian to win this fight, because...
There's a chance.
Yeah, there's Uchimata.
And there's the Uchimata. That's the problem for him. Each time he gets close to him, it gives Nagase the opportunity to come in with that Uchimata.
I think at this moment Nagase feels that the Georgian is not capable of really throwing him, especially not when he changes his tactics from the left to the right. It's not strong enough to really encounter him. So if Nagase just puts his right hand again where he wants it on the lapel and just puts out one more Uchimata, something like that, then the Georgian is really close to a third Judo. Here he goes, the Uchimata again, only the attempt, but Nagase knows exactly what to do. No, it's not with the same energy as the beginning of the fight. You can see Nagase completely controls him now. And I know in his head he's thinking, what shall I do? Shall I try to throw? Yes, and he throws him here for Azari.
Every time he made that step, he opened himself up. Nagase puts out the hand to...
Grigilashvili knew he had to do something with a lot of risk, but didn't have the power anymore that he had in the first minute. So for Nagase it was easy to counter-attack it.
Yeah.
Good win. Relaxed. Nagase relaxed and didn't... like in the beginning when the Georgian still was full of energy and started like... not like a maniac, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, a strong start.
Yeah, strong. Yes, he was still really relaxed and eventually made a good win. Waited for it. Good coach Ikage. We saw it one time before, like after 1 or 2 minutes in the fight, he already tried it once. This was the second time.
He goes outside, doesn't he, around the back? It's Grigilashvili who gets kind of tied up in the middle, and Nagase just hooks him on the outside.
Yep.
Brings him down. Nice one. Okay, coming up next, Sagi Muki of Israel. He faces Dominic Druzeta of Croatia. It's Muki in the white judogi, Druzeta in blue.
Muki, for me, of course, he's one of the top players in 81 kilograms, but also one of the guys I really like to watch because he has some great judo techniques, great judo style, always goes for the ippon. It's nice to watch him fight. Nice Uchimata.
Ooh.
Wazari given, and it was a Wazari, but technique was absolutely 100%. And another one. Well, that's what I said. It's always fun to watch Muki because he's a big thrower. He can throw in all sides. And he always goes for the ippon, like a fighter like that.
Two good scores from Sagi Muki of Israel. Druzeta going over on a couple of occasions. And that was over and done with fairly quickly, given the length of time that the previous one took.
Really nice Uchimata. And yeah, great Uchimata, really strong. And afterwards the Seonage on one side.
And I think the landing from the Uchimata actually, you know, you landed on the point, and this time round it's on the same one, but it gets pulled. You know, so he really does pull that through, doesn't he? It's a really nice finish.
Tomorrow the Croatian feels his right shoulder, and he's like, "What? What did I do yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shit."
Oh dear. Right, who have we got coming up next? Where should we go? We can stay here and see Ruslan Musayev of Kazakhstan. He faces Victor Bush of Sweden. It's Musayev in the white judogi, Bush in blue, and then we've got Antonio Esposito coming up there, and then we've got a second look at Denis Kalinin of Russia.
The winner of this round will face Sagi Muki the next round. We saw he was in good form. A lot of competitors in 81 kilo, because if they win this fight, then they have to fight Muki, and if you lose that one, you're still not in the repechage. But then at least you have the feeling that you've come to Ekaterinburg for a reason. Musayev, who is bit more dominant with the grip here, but you're quite balanced.
Golden score on definitely 2.
Victor Bush has his grip, the grip that he wants. Right hand on the lapel, left hand on the sleeve, and then it takes a long time before he comes in with an attempt. And most of the time, you don't have so much time. If you have the right grip, you have the grip you want, then you're supposed to attack, not just stand there. But he gets the time from Musayev. Musayev picks up a penalty now for not attacking. Now Musayev has his grip and tries something like a sumigeshi. So he tries something. There, the left seonage of Victor Bush. They're both fighting quite riskless. So, into golden score.
The W1 golden score.
категория до 70 килограммов, второй круг. В белом кимоно представительница Польши Дарья Покоржелец. В синем кимоно представительница России Алена Прокопенко.
Well, I will not be amazed if this golden score will take a while, because both fighters are not, well, they're fighting really risk-free. Now Musayev tries to make a few shoulder throws, but also not with the effort. But Musayev understands that he needs to do a little bit more. He's one penalty down. Victor Bush again with the left seonage. We've seen this a few times. So these are the attempts they make. The shoulder throws. Musayev tried the sumigeshi once, but they don't find the right spot. This was a good one. I think this is a Wazari. Yeah, Musayev finishes off with a good seonage. If you compare this to the last 3 attempts he did, this was a real good one. Musayev through to the next round. He will fight Sagimuki. Good shoulder throw.
Next contest from Ekaterinburg 1. Second round for men under 81 kilograms. In white judo gi representing Italy, Antonio Esposito. In blue judo gi representing Germany, Timo Cavelius.
Here we have the Italian Esposito against the German Cavelius. Esposito still trying to win his first medal at a Grand Slam. Fighting for a few years now in the judo tour, but managed to win 2 bronze medals at a Grand Prix, but only won 5th place in the Grand Slam. Cavelius is German. I did not see a lot. Still a youngster. Made his debut on a Grand Slam in Düsseldorf, his home country. Won or did not win a medal. Became 7th. So if you look at the ranking, this would be a win for Esposito, but you never know for sure in judo, of course. Esposito now made 2 or 3 attempts for a shoulder throw and now try to change it to Kouchi. It's a bit more dominant in the Tachiwaza. You see that German likes Newaza a bit more. Still no score, no Shidos. Here's the Kouchi again. These are the 2 things that Esposito wants to do, the shoulder throw and the Kouchi. Every time he makes the shoulder throw, I think like, yeah, good attempt, but I don't see the finish good enough. But I think this is the chance for Esposito to make a score. One of these two techniques. We'll change it maybe again to the Kouchi. Now he has there it is, or Oichi in the shoulder throw again. I think Cavelius is now close to first Shido. Because Esposito is much more active. And yes, here it is.
Tatami 3, next contest, second round for men under 73 kilos. In white for Tajikistan,
It's the right grip now, so he wants to make the space for the shoulder throw again.
Georgios Markarian.
Changed it to Katakaruma, and there it is, Wazari. You could see Esposito, he had his dominant grip at the sleeve, at the lapel, and could make a score. So Cavelius now knows 20 seconds, he has to do an all or nothing attempt. But that's really difficult because you know that Esposito also can pick up 2 more Shidos. So if he's in danger, he will not take any risk, if he's smart enough, of course. So that's what he does here in the end. Decent win from the Italian.
Татами 1, весовая категория до 81 килограмма, второй круг. В белом кимоно представитель России Денис Калинин. В синем кимоно представитель Румынии Максим Шанчар.
We stay on mat 1 for a while. One of the Russian hopes till 81 kilo. Denis Kalinin fighting Cercea for Romania.
Women under 70 kilograms, tatami 2. In white for Sweden, Anna Bernholm. In blue for Denmark, Emily Sok.
Russia has a lot of strong fighters till 81 kilo. Of course, we see Khamurzaev today fighting. Already won, I think, 1 or 2 fights, I don't know. Lapinagov, Kubetsov, Semenov. They're all Russian players who are in the top 20, top 30. This one is not. So for him it's a nice moment to fight in his home country, to show the audience something. Let's have a change to tatami 2, if possible. We see Anna Bernholm from Sweden, top 10 player for women under 70 kilo. Some sort of Scandinavian clash here. Sweden against Denmark. Emil Suk picked up 2 penalties. 2 minutes to go in the fight. two fights. It's interesting to see Kim Polling from the Netherlands. We did not see her for a long time because she was really injured on her back. Started competitions last week, the first time in a long time. And she's fighting Michaela Polleres from Austria. So we stay on this mat for a few fights.
Татами 3 весовая категория до 73 килограммов, второй круг. В белом кимоно представитель Монголии Гамбатар Отбая. В синем кимоно представитель России Георгий Елбакиев.
Anna Bernholm loses here, and you can see that she's not happy with this end because she was, I think, the favorite in this fight. Now white for Kazakhstan, Voldir Narinova against Germany, Laura Vargas-Koch. Oh, they start really open. Laura Vargas-Koch trying to make the Newaza. Now needs to have the head, but Narinova managed to escape and managed to escape this Shimawaza also. Good start of this fight. And here's to Uchimada. I think it's Ippon. Yes. Nice Ippon by Laura Vargas-Koch. So here we have the round 2, women under 70 kilograms in white for Austria, Michaela Polleres, and in blue for the Netherlands, Kim Polling.
Next contest number 2, second round for women under 70 kilograms. In white judogi representing Austria, Michaela Polleres. In blue judogi representing the Netherlands, 4 times European champion, Kim Polling. Second round for men under 81 kilograms, Tatami 1. In white for Belgium, Matthias Kassel. In blue for Canada, Antoine Valois-Fortier.
The way Kim Polling starts many times with the left drop Siunage, but it was Michaela Polleres who had the dominant grip on the sleeve. She has it again, but now it's equal. There it is, good Newaza. But it wasn't under the chin, it was on the chin, so the referee called Mate. Gives Michaela Polleres a Judo now for non-attacking. It's a traditional left-handed to right-handed player. So they don't have to fight really hard for the sleeve. Polleres changes her position a little bit now, putting two hands on the lapel.
Tatami 3, next contest, second round for men under 73 kilos. In white judogi representing Kyrgyzstan, Bektur Rismanbetov.
Here's the shoulder throw again, but not a real strong attempt. And again, the left seonage. I think it's underneath, so this can be dangerous for Kim Polling. The referee sees it because that's why he gives Michaela Polleres so much time. It's Polleres that changed her tactic of gripping, just gripping two lapels, and you can see that Kim Polling is having a bit of trouble with it, breaking through the arms of Michaela Polleres. Sometimes a judo player gets a Judo for it. But she does just enough for the referee, but I think this will be the moment that Michaela Polleres will get another penalty, yeah. The Austrian girl has a good grip with two hands on the lapel, but she needs to do something. You know, she stands there, stands very strong, but eventually no techniques. So I think Kim is now looking for the shoulder throw again. Knows that if she's a bit more active, we will go into golden score, but if she's a bit more active, then Polleres is really close to a third Judo. Of course, it's not the nicest way to win a fight, but if that's the way it has to be, it has to be. Ouchi attempt from Polleres, and there's the left seonage again. But she has to look out for this Newaza of the Austrian, because every time when Polling makes the drop down seonage in Newaza, she's in this situation, and it's under the chin. So it was completely under the chin, but for Polleres it wasn't good enough. She could not put enough energy in it or enough power to make Kim Polling tap out. Marko Spitka, former German judo player as a coach from the Austrian team. Gets warned by the referee. So it's not that Kim Polling makes the best attempts, but at least she's trying something. And Pollerus, okay, we've seen a few things on the ground, but in Tachiwaza it's a bit less. So it's not strange that there are 2 Shidos on the board for the Austrian. It was getting a bit more open, the fight, because Kim Polling was changing her position, like her stance, for some reason after 6 minutes. And gave Pollerus a bit more chance of throwing in Ouchigari. Yes, this is not a good attempt. You see Marcus Pitka also like, hey, is that not a Shido for Kim Polling? But okay, she gets the Shido. But to be honest, she's the one who's trying to make the most attempts. And Pollerus just stands there. Doesn't do a lot. Here it is again. It's not really good, but Pollerus knows she has to make an attempt now, otherwise it will be Mate. And if they get 2 Shidos, both for non-attacking, then it's also the end of this fight for her. So she needs to make an attempt for a throw. Oh, and this is a Wazari for Austria, I think. Or maybe, yes. That's a deception for Kim Polling, because she was winning this fight, but in the end you knew Pollerus had to do something, and Kim Polling gave Pollerus the space to come really close to her. She has like the right hand over the back of Pollerus, but absolutely no gripping power. Just the hand is just over it, makes Uchimata, but without having some contact with the judogi. You know, you see the right hand is completely loose, and it's still loose. So this is the moment that Pollerus can counter-attack to Uchimata. Next round in white for Israel, Yarden Meyerson, and in blue for Russia, Kamila Badurova. Good Newaza attempt. Yes, well, if she's out, then it will be a Nippon for Israel. Nice. Meyerson looks at Badarova if everything is okay. Well, everybody who's been on a judo mat and had that moment of when you get a strangle and you're out for a few seconds and you wake up, you're like, where am I? Well, you're at the Grand Slam 2019, but you just lost. We go to the 73 kilo men now. Round 2. Prokopchuk really started today in absolutely top form by beating Shavdatuashvili, one of the top players in 73 kilo, and I think the highest ranked who was competing today. But Shavdatuashvili lost first round against this Russian guy. Kids in the venue are yelling Russia. Was to support their home fighters. This is the... Oh, really nice. I think Wazari for the Russian, really close to Wazari, and now good Newaza, arm lock. But I think Sembayev just turned out. Could twist his arm just enough. Yeah, we're going to show this because I think Sembayev was trying also to make Uchimata and then was counter-attacked by Prokopchuk. They watched it and was very attractive to watch it, but no scores. Prokopchuk, his first ever fight on the judo tour. Oh, this is a real fun fight to watch. Real open. Both went for a big Osotogari, so Prokopchuk went in and now again tries to make the arm lock that we saw before. Trying to get the Kazakhstani over, and that's what happens now. The Kazakhstani still has the right foot from Prokopchuk to defend from the arm lock. And Prokopchuk needs that. Tries to make the switch to Newas to a hold down and goes back for the arm lock again and makes the arm lock. Really strong Newasa from this Russian, who wins his second fight now. First fight he wins from the Georgian, and this is the second fight he wins. We've never seen him in one of the tournaments, but he looks really strong. Nice switch for the went on for the arm lock, turned over for a hold down, and then just turned back for the arm lock again.
Second round for men under 73 kilos, tatami 2. In white for Brazil, Eduardo Barbosa. In blue for Kyrgyzstan, Ishen Amanov.
And we will see Prokopchuk later on. in the quarterfinal to one of these two competitors. Barbosa from Brazil. Fighting Amanov from Kyrgyzstan. Sheldon is back here with a nice cup of coffee. Domo arigato.
I think I found my job.
Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. Well, Barbosa makes a beautiful ippon. So, good moment to come back.
I know it's going to sound like boasting, but it was 25, 30 seconds ago that I was down in the athletes area. Okay, it was a little bit longer because he's already been on the mat for 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes anyway, and he was lining up with the coach, to come on, and I was chatting with the coach, but he looked over and I nodded to him and said, "Good luck."
Yeah.
And there it was. Ooh, what a finish.
Nice Sutumi. And really interesting because we will see him later on.
Third round for women.
Who's he up against next? Does it say already? Or
yes, against the Russian that beat Shavdatuashvili. And he won his second fight like 5 minutes ago with a beautiful arm lock.
Wow.
We did not see this Russian guy before, but looks really strong. So,
well, here
his name is Prokopchuk, yes.
Yeah, that's right. That's a new one on me.
Yeah, well, wins against Shavdatuashvili, and it upsets us because Shavdatuashvili is, of course, the number one seeded here.
That wasn't in our plan.
No. But if I saw this Russian now in the second round against the Kazakhstan Sembayev with some beautiful standing techniques, but also in Newaza. With the arm lock, changed it to hold down, back to the arm lock again.
Wow.
It's nice, and it's a guy we have never seen on a Grand Prix or a Grand Slam. This is his first moment of fame on the big judo tour, and of course there are a few really good Russians for 73 kilo, but this guy is in form. And if you want to show it to the Russian Judo Federation, this is the moment, or not?
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yes, you can do it on the tatami somewhere deep in Russia in some training hall or something. Because how many chances do you get? I think it's really difficult. Maybe you have the Russian national championships where you can show something, or maybe a small tournament in Russia, but. In the end, this is the place where you want to show your, what you're capable of.
On the big stage.
And, well, for sure, maybe it's not the number one Russian for 73, but if you win your first fight against Shavdatuashvili...
and throw him twice.
And throw him twice, and then you win your second fight, well, there will be a few coaches around here, Russian coaches, who are looking like, hey, this guy's quite okay.
We've got Toha Butbul of Israel on the mat at the moment. He's up against Naranku Khadbatar of Mongolia. It's Butbul in the white judogi, Naranku in blue. And Butbul is sometimes, he can be overshadowed by people like the bigger stars, Sagim Muki and Tal Flicker and or Sasson.
In blue, representing
No, we were
Georgia.
talking
Palchik.
yesterday. Yeah, we were talking yesterday about Shmailov and Flicker, who are both fighting for their place. Who's the #1 player in Israel till 66? And we are easily saying like, yeah, let one of these top players go to 73, and we totally forgot. Well, we not
Football's
forgot.
there.
Football is also there, and he's not like a guy who wins every time, or but I think he's a top 20 player.
And the other thing is, yeah, he is. He is actually. He's quite highly rated. The other thing is, he's not going to roll over and just walk away, is he?
No, no, it's not like, yeah, okay, oh, you want to do the 73?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just quit. No, he started 2019 quite okay, because he won a bronze medal in Tel Aviv from his home crowd. And already won 3 bronze medals at Grand Slams. So it's a bit of time ago.
Woo.
But finishes this one off really nice. Sends the Mongolian back home. Oh, we're in Ekaterinburg, so Mongolia is not that far away. But still.
Oh, nice position. Look at what a finish, eh?
It's ridiculous.
Just want to see how he got into that. Yeah, that's a nice movement.
Yeah, the best part of this one is the small touch he makes with his left foot. You see what he did with his left foot.
Yeah.
Just attacked the right foot of the Mongolian.
And
here he does.
He steps away and leaves
Yep.
and leaves that left foot there planted.
Yeah.
That's the position he wants to be in. Well picked up there by Dennis van der Geest. That's why we've got people like Dennis coming up here that can pick out those tiny things. That single little tap of the foot just sets him up, because he leaves. It's the left foot that he wants to attack. The little tap on the right foot takes that back, leaving him exposed. Nicely pointed out, Dennis. We should have you up here more often. Fabio Basile of Italy is on the mat now. He's up against someone, Makhmadbekov of Tajikistan. It's Basile in the white judogi, Makhmadbekov in blue. Dennis.
And a nice start for Basile. Of course, the Olympic champion, 66 kilo with a great left Ouchigari for Wazari. And for me, he's definitely one to watch today, because, you know, he's the Olympic champion, 66 now, fighting 73. And yeah, well, you want to believe in stories. And as I told you before yesterday, when I was talking to Maddaloni, the Olympic champion 2000 from Italy, he said, this man is so unpredictable. Because, yeah, nobody expected him to be the Olympic champion, 66 kilos, and then he did a few things in Italy. I think he was in a few shows and some reality shows, and you're thinking, okay, this is a guy who wins the Olympics, and afterwards he makes like a switch to another podium, like on television,
And he didn't.
Why would you do that? Huh?
Yeah.
Work on television in your judo career or after your judo career. Oh, yeah, it's exactly what I'm doing. But you know, if he's still, you know, capable of winning medals, but you hear that he's a bit involved in the reality programs, you think, oh, he's not training that hard anymore, and maybe it's over. But he knows, like, okay, in 1 year, there's the Olympics. If I want to go to the Olympics, this is the moment that I have to do something. And well, he started off in 2019, already won a bronze medal in Paris, and here he is, Wazari up in round 2.
Well, you talk about you having had a judo career and moved to TV, Basile having is involved in a judo career and moving to TV, at least you guys have had some career, you know, in fighting. I just moved straight to TV.
Well, you can do it the other way around.
Well,
what's your body weight?
And go in the veterans. Oh dear.
If you go to the veterans...
You'll never talk to me again.
No, I want to say I want to be your coach. Yes. You will scream you to a bronze medal.
I thought you were going to say, if you go to veterans, I want to see that. You like laughing, don't you?
That's for sure. That's why I want to be a coach, because as a coach you have the best seat in the house. Yeah, it's as close as you can get.
Single Wazari on the board for Basile. We've just passed the halfway mark. Makhmedbekov with a bit of work to do against, as Dennis said, the Olympic champion from under 66 kilos, looking quite comfortable now at 73.
Quite comfortable, but you can still see that he is a 66 kilo player, because the guys who he's fighting, most of the guys are like one head taller, as this guy from Tajikistan is also a bit taller. That doesn't have to be a disadvantage, of course, because Basile also likes to make shoulder throws and techniques to just get under his opponent. But you can see that he's still lacking a bit of power and a bit of body for 73. I don't know what his actually weight is at this moment, but I think he can still gain a few more kilos and then get rid of the kilos just before the competition. Because of course you have 73 kilo players who are, when they're off season, they're like 78, 79 kilos for sure. If I see Basile, I still see like a pumped up 66 kilo guy. But for him now, this is the way he wants it, because he's a Wazari up, and the guy from yes, you saw the coach. The coach wanted to make it. It was a Wazari, but it was just a slip of nothing. But for Basile, this is really nice, because Tajikistan, the guy has to come towards him all the time, and that gives Basile all the time to make the shoulder throws and.
Oh my goodness me!
This is why you want to watch judo, eh? Unbelievable foot sweep.
Ooh.
And Makhmedbekov was trying to get the overhead grip, and he was almost jumping into Basile, jumping into him to get this overhand grip. And that's why he was, you could make the foot sweep. Brilliant timing. Really nice one.
Kuriashibare from Fabio Basile. It was classic, wasn't it?
Yes. The small footstep, like tat, and there he goes.
We've seen a couple of kata throws today, haven't we?
Well, this was
the Yukio Toshi earlier on,
yes,
and the Kuriashibare here. Right, on to the under 63 kilo category. Although we've got Etienne Briand and Stanislav Smenov having a bit of a set to down on mat number 1. Might want to, because we did,
and already round 3. So
let's go down to mat number 1. We're going to pick up the contest between Etienne Briand of Canada. He's up against Stanislav Smenov of Russia. There's 1 minute and 12 seconds left to go. Smenov has scored Wazari. He has, however, picked up 2 penalties. It's Briand in the white judogi, Smenov in blue, and here's Dennis van der Geest.
Yes, well, Etienne Briand, he knows what he has to do with 1 minute on the clock. Mazari down. Of course, you can go for the score, and that's what he tries here. And again, and he throws him for a big hip on. Well, yeah,
we're in for a treat today, I think. Look.
Well, I've never heard cheering stop so fast. Everybody was cheering, and of course they're cheering for the Russian competitors. But yeah, what could you do about this one? Big shoulder throw. So
left and right.
Yes.
He's thrown with that earlier on today, and he gets it working again. Last time it was off the knees. This time he's a little bit higher up. He goes on the left side there first.
Yes, and turns to a right Seonage. Really well executed. Yeah, we did not see the rest of the fight, so we did not see how the Russian made this Wazari. But he was already 2 penalties. So good win from Briand. And well, now we have one of the players we definitely want to see.
Hassan Kalmuzayev of Russia in the white judogi, the current Olympic champion, faces Robin Pacek of Sweden in blue. We had half a minute, there's no score as yet. There is now, with the Ashiwaza. Look like Diashi Barai will have another look. Maybe Kosodagari on the left-hand side.
Yeah, Kosodagari style. Robin Pacek was not in balance anymore with his own attack. And Khomurzayev felt this and managed to get a score out of it.
Pacek getting penalized for that gripping infringement.
And this is absolutely hard block. Pool B in 81 kilos, because Khomurzayev, if he wins this fight, we will see Chouchi from Belgium against Nagase.
In white, Judo representing Italy, Edwidge Gwent. In blue, representing Israel, Gili Sharif.
And of course, it's possible because Khomurzayev is not like, he's the number 11 in the ranking. Because it already was a while ago that he really won something big, of course. The Olympic Games we won't forget. But last time he won the Masters in St. Petersburg, but that was in 2017. So he dropped a little bit in the ranking. And then it's possible, of course, we did not see Nagase for a while also, that they're in the same block. And when you're then like... when you stand up or the day before, you see the draw and you're Robin Pacek and you know, like, okay, I have to fight Khomurzayev, and if I win that one, I know there's still a Japanese guy waiting for me. It's really hard.
Minute and a half left to go. Wazari on the board for Kalmuzayev. 2 penalties picked up by Pacek. He's the fighter with a bit of work to do here.
Yes, and there it is. Nice Gochi. Really strong fight from Khomurzayev with 2 great scores. Well, yeah, Robin Pacek, he knows, like, yeah, what could I do about this? Tried hard, but Homosayev was just like...
Third round, women under 70 kilograms. In white judogi representing Brazil,
a lot better.
Maria Portela. In blue judogi representing Uzbekistan, Gulnoza Matniazova.
Little combination. He touches him there with the Ouchi first, and then the Koji to finish.
In white judogi representing Belgium, Sami Shushi. In blue representing Japan, Rio Olympic bronze medalist
couldn't get off that one.
No.
Nagase Takanori.
Sami Chuchi of Belgium is up now against Nagase Takanori of Japan. It's Chuchi in the white judogi, Nagase in blue.
And they're going to decide who will be fighting Homosayev later on in the quarterfinals. Well, I don't know who's going to win this one, but there will be a quarterfinal to watch for sure.
The first of the quarterfinals features Frank de Wit of the Netherlands, who'd be up against Etienne Briand of Canada. That should make for interesting viewing. And as Dennis was saying, the winner of this will face Hassan Karl Musayev of Russia. We just saw him winning out over Robin Pacek.
Choichi also is a left-handed player, and that's also good for Nagase. I know he likes it because he can make his Uchimata then a bit more easy, but Choichi also knows how important the right hand from Nagase is, so he's trying to prevent this grip. Oh, and this was a really good attempt from Choichi with his Uchimata, but also a really nice counter attack by Nagase. You cannot blame Choichi anything about look how he gets in with the Uchimata, but I think if he puts his leg 2 meters high, then Nagase is still positive. Yes, he can still put his feet a little bit higher. You know, of course they're really lean. The Japanese, and counter attacked him for Wasari.
Golden score, tatami 2.
Can't claim a score for that one.
No, well, that's exactly what the Japanese coach said. Like, yeah, he counter-attacked him, but no, it was just enough sumigeshi from Choichi.
Well, they have given it. They have come back and given that one. Shot to Sami Choichi, and a little bit of a shot to me as well. Yeah,
I want to see that again, because I thought Choichi made at the right moment. Of course, he felt like he was in trouble, but he made a switch to his sumigeshi. So I think they're still discussing it.
Slightly generous on my part, but hey, no, I didn't think so. Yeah. Thought we were going blind there, Dennis. So just the Wasari then. We've got a minute and a half left to go.
But Nagase is well, it's not a typically Japanese fighter. Of course, he has his Uchimata and he has got his good balance with his foot and his foot sweeps, things like that. But he's also really good in counter attacking.
inside the last minute now.
Yeah, and Chuchi has to think of something else, because for Nagase it's way too easy to get his grip. Here he is again with the foot, and that's what you see. He's really strong with this Ashiwaza. Yeah, well, you can see that Nagase, like we saw in his first fight also against the Georgian, it took a while for him to find the right grip, but now he has the right grip with his right hand, and then it's really difficult to throw him. So he knows he was already at 10 seconds. Here we see yeah, you saw it was a sumigeshi attempt from Chuichi. So I think it was the good decision to not give it a score. Although the Japanese coach probably thinks something different. But maybe he's a bit biased.
Single score of Rosari for Nagase. Takanori of Japan puts him through to the quarterfinal, where he will face Hassan Karl Musayev. So a chance now to see the number 2 seed.
Sagi Muki.
He's up now against Ruslan Musayev of Kazakhstan. It'll be Muki in the white judogi, Musayev in blue.
Sagi Muki showed some really excellent judo in his first fight against the Croatian Dominik Druceta. I think Muki is a great example of a player who was fighting in the absolute top in 73 kilos and made the switch to 81 kilos very fast. Like, I think maybe in the third or second time he was fighting 81, he already was fighting for the medals. And now and you see him also. If I see Basile, I still look at a 66 kilo guy. If I look at Muki,
genuine 81.
If you see him now, you cannot believe that he was fighting 73. You know, he really did the job. I think in the weight training in the morning, because you can see that he's a bigger also than Musayev. Oh, yeah. Nice left. Osodagari approaches the Musayev like he's a right-handed fighter, and then switches to the left. Really dangerous. You had an Israeli fighter in the past, Oren Smadja. He was also a so unpredictable fighter, and you know, like if you were fighting them and you don't have a grip, look at this one on one side, really nice Osotagari. You need to have a grip with 2 hands, because if you don't have 2 hands, they're so dangerous with their throwing techniques. To the left, to the right. The sodas Sagi Muki makes. It's really a fun judo player to watch.
Tatami 3, winner in the white.
And there's again Sotogari. But Musayev learned a little bit from the first time Muki did this.
Macias goes to the semi-final. Behruz Khojazoda of Tajikistan goes to the repechage. Next quarter-final contest on men 3, men under 73 kilos.
Татами 3 вторую четвертьфинал весовой категории до 73 килограммов.
Well, that's something that shows me that Muki feels very confident about this fight, because he could have won 10 or 15 seconds there on the ground, and he just stood up. Like, well, I'm not scared in Tachiwaza that Musayev is going to do me some harm. I think this is another Wazari.
Yeah. So a second score for Sagi Muki of Israel up against Ruslan Musayev puts him through to the quarter-final. Well, we'll know who his opponent is going to be in a moment, because coming up next will be Antonio Esposito of Italy. He's up against Marcel Setzera of Romania. It'll be Esposito in the white judogi, Setzera in blue. See where this one goes.
Next contest on tatami 1, third round.
Yeah, we stay on tatami 1, or I see a quarter-final on tatami 3.
Choice is yours. If you want to go down there.
Let's go for tatami 3, because we have also a Russian player here.
Georgy Elbakiev of Russia faces Victor Stepu of Moldova. It's Elbakiev.
And it's it's just the right moment to switch to the mat, because it's the Russian who's going to win with this great Newaza hold down with the pin, also with the legs. So this is definitely not the way you want to feel as the Moldovan is lying now. So we have a Russian in the semi-final. What's really nice for the home crowd, because then you know for sure he's fighting for a medal. If it's not the final, then for the bronze.
There's a real opportunity, as Dennis van der Geest was pointing out earlier on, for some of the less well-known Russians to do something here today. And if they grab that chance, then, you know, credit to them, because we're bound to see them in other competitions. So here's the opportunity where you haven't got the big names, certainly in the under 73 kilo category. Musa Magushkov, Denis Yatsev, you know, they're not here. So here's your chance. Right, quarterfinal in the under 63 kilo category. Sanne Vermeer of the Netherlands faces Lucy Rentschel of Great Britain. It's Vermeer in the white judogi, Rentschel in blue.
Bronze medalist Lucy Rentschel.
Sanne Vermeer, our hope for the Netherlands, for women under 63 kilo. Of course, the world champion juniors of last year. And it's not always for sure when you're like fighting at the juniors at the highest level that you can make the change to the seniors really easy. But she's doing quite okay with a bronze medal in Tel Aviv beginning of this year, and a 5th place in Düsseldorf. But for her, this is the moment that she can show the world that as a world champion juniors, you're ready to make the next step. It's Sartseya who will fight Muki.
He just defeated Antonio Esposito of Italy down on mat number 1. So Tsetsia to go up, as Benny said, against Sagimuki.
Татамианцы, весовая категория до 81 килограмма, третий круг. В белом кимоно представитель Бельгии Матиас Кассе. В синем кимоно представитель России Аббас Азизов.
Renshaw picking up a Shido, so it's equal again, both one Shido. Son of Vermeer has a strong grip at the moment, putting Renshaw on the side of the mat. That's definitely not the place where you want to be, especially when you have one Shido on the board, because a small step outside of the area already gives you a penalty. Here's a chance. You know, this is what we were talking about yesterday, that those Japanese women are so strong when they're in this position in Newaza, and they can make something out of it. And I see this position many times, but it looks like for the rest of the world it's really difficult to get out of to get a leg out and to make a hold down.
Next contest, contest number 2, third round, women under 17.
So Wazari for Renshaw, and pins her down, but Son of Vermeer managed to grab the leg, so the Newaza is gone. But you see Renshaw really fighting hard in the Newaza, because she knows with 24 seconds in Wazari, the chance of getting into the semi-final is quite okay now. Son of Vermeer knows that putting 2 more Shidos on the board in 15 seconds is impossible, so she needs to score. So one chance of making a big attack. It's over. Renshaw wins and is in the semi-finals for women under 63 kilograms. We will see Son of Vermeer in the repechages.
Representing Great Britain, Lucy Renshaw. European Championships bronze medalist Lucy Renshaw goes to the semi-final.
We might want to pop down to mat number 3 to have a look and see what's happening with Matthias Kassa of Belgium. He's up against Abbas Azizov of Russia. Those of you that want to watch the quarter-final with Catherine Bushama-Pinard and Bold Gankech of Mongolia, just click on 3 and you'll be able to see that. And the reason that we're going down to mat number 1 is because we did pick out Matthias Kassa of Belgium this morning as one of the fighters to watch. And what we've done recently is, instead of just watching the round that is most advanced, we look at the ones that you've asked in the morning to watch. If you've sent us a message and you said you want to watch these, then the more that we get messages asking to watch a particular fighter, the more that we'll do it. So one of them this morning was Matthias Kasser, so here he is. And in any case, in a couple of fights' time, we want to watch the #1 seed in the under 81 kilo category, Frank de Witt, in his quarterfinal against Etienne Brion. That should be a real humdinger.
Yes, Matthias Kasser, definitely one to watch. Former world champion juniors from Belgium, but having a difficult time here against Azizov. 2 penalties on the board, and the Russian still looks very strong with his gripping.
Kasser's picked up 2 penalties here.
Yes.
He's got his hands full, hasn't he? He's made a couple of errors.
And still Azizov looks very fresh and has his gripping completely in control with the left hand. So Kasser knows that he has to do something now, because he's really close to a 3rd Judo. But this will go into a golden score for sure. Russian finger in the eye. So golden score, knowing that Azizov is the one with the best cards. Yes, but it was really close to a score. I think it was Ari. No, they go on. It was really close. I think that I saw the Russian coach who was already, happy with this result, but they continue.
Can't afford to make an error here, Matthias Kasser.
I think Azizov takes a lot of time to get back to his place, and that's also what the referee says. I think because he took so much time, this is the moment, because he does it again, the referee will give him a penalty for this. So at least I think, oh well, okay.
Next time.
But
yeah, Cass is in the ascendancy now.
Yeah, but you know what Kasser is doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
He feels that the power of the Russian is a bit less. Yes, so here it is.
Some of these really don't understand the tactics involved here. Cass is 2 penalties down. He's stepped up the attacks because he hasn't been able to throw him. He knows there's a problem here. And now the coach, rather, childishly, is chatting to his player whilst the contest is on, and he's invited to take his seat somewhere else. That was a bit silly.
Third round
And let's be honest, he's not helping Azizov with this, because Azizov is now like in a difficult moment in the fight, because he was with 2 Shidos for Kase. He was in a good position to win, and now his coach also left the building, so he's on his own now, and you see that the fight is changing a little bit, you know?
Yeah. Azizov has managed to frustrate Kase during the 4-minute period. We're now on a minute and a half into the golden score period, and we've seen Azizov beginning to wane as far as the physical is concerned. Well, neither of them are going to score there.
I think they're going to give a score, I think.
I don't think either of them are going to be.
They're going to watch.
They're looking at it.
Going to watch, because the start of this Kase started it, I think, with a Koichi or something, but Azizov felt, and in the moment he felt like, okay, I'm going to get on my back and it will be a Wazari for Kase. He managed to twist. To be honest, I think Kase is the one who makes the Wazari.
Let's have a look. They've gone on.
And it was so close. So I think this is the best, because you're saying Azizov makes the score.
No, not at all.
In general, I say Kase, and it was so close.
Yeah.
And for both of the opinions, you can say something about it. And I think this is the right decision. Do nothing.
And Dennis is making a good point there. In the event that you cannot clearly say who scored, don't give anything. Don't pick one. If you can't clearly say who scored, no score, and then you move on. And it suits both the players, to be honest. To be honest, yeah. Good point.
Here it is.
Well, we can see that coming. This is, you know.
Women under 70 kilos.
At least he doesn't have a coach anymore who can complain about it.
In white judogi representing Japan, Tanaka Shio. In blue representing Morocco, Asma Niand.
And now all of a sudden, as Dennis was saying, the shape of the contest has changed, where the person who's got the boot on their foot now, you know, the boot's on the other foot now, is Matthias Kase. It's Azizov who is slow to his feet, taking longer to get back to the start point, breathing heavier, looking as though he's the one who's under pressure. And he's brought that upon himself.
You know, when you do this every time, you know, you wait a little bit too long to stand up. That's what he's going to do again now. That also gives the referee a bad time, you know. You see the referee is just complaining about it 2 or 3 times, like, come on, stand up a little bit faster. So he's more willing to give you that third Shido if he gets the chance. If both players will do nothing, he will give Azizov the third penalty faster, because of this 2, 3, 4 times he's sitting on his knees and waiting way too long to get on his feet again. And I think this was also really close to a score. But I think it's the end. It's the end now. This was also a good attempt from Kase. I think the second or third good attempt he made in the last minute. And Azizov just gave this fight completely away. And to be honest, it's about one thing, and that's about fitness. Because Kase is still fitter than Azizov. Yeah, here it is, the third penalty.
Yeah.
So well-deserved win from the Belgium. He was 2 Shidos down. Didn't give up. Just get on with it. put a bit more effort in it and changed the fight completely in the golden score.
Right, who have we got coming up next then in the under 81 kilo category? Must be the last of the round 3 contests.
Well, you know, sometimes I do the announcement also on the IGF tour, and this is one of my favorites from Mongolia, Ugambaatar Otkonbaatar.
Yeah, and he's up against Luka Maisuradze of Georgia. It's Otkonbaatar in the white judogi, Maisuradze in blue. Chance for the Georgians to salvage something here. Perhaps they haven't had the best of days, have they?
No, with Shavdatuashvili, of course, that was a major upset for them. Not only for them, also for us. We see one guy in the crowd with a big Georgian flag waving around. He still has a good feeling for it.
Third round for women under 70 kilos, tatami 2. In white for Denmark, Emily Sok. In blue for Germany, the Olympic bronze medalist, Laura Vargas-Koch.
Otkonbaatar already a Grand Slam winner in Tokyo in 2017. So definitely a player who knows how to win medals, the biggest stage. Fighting Maisuradze. Did not see him many times on the international scene, but he's still a youngster. So won a bronze medal at the World Championships Juniors and was the European Junior Champion in 2018. So definitely a newbie for the Georgians. And we've seen a few young Georgians here. We will see the heavyweight world champion. It's also Georgian tomorrow. So they're here with a big team. Not only with their with the players like Shavdatuashvili, but also some new guys. It's always fun to watch the juniors when they enter the senior competitions, because sometimes they're just more open fighters and they still go for it, really open-minded, trying to make big hip-ons. And if you see them like 1 or 2 years later on, you see a bit more of tactic coming into it. Looks like Maisuradze has an injury on his left foot. You already see the taping on the ankle. But he can continue.
Tatami 3, golden score.
No scorers yet. We've got a little over a minute left to go. Otkonbaatar of Mongolia is up against Luka Maisuradze of Georgia. Just a single Shido picked up by Maisuradze. He's attacked
nice,
strongly.
Masari. That was a good score. And yes, Otkonbaatar tries to make an arm lock, but he knows the Georgian just made this Wazari. It's 50 seconds, so Don't waste too much time on the ground. Good attempt there from the Mongolian with the... Yeah, I should say like it's some sort of corkscrew seonage. They screw themselves in. Said that before. It's a technique I did not see a few years ago. Good attempt, but not good enough to throw Maisoratse. And Maisoratse knows, okay, if I just stand like this, of course the Mongolian has the overhand grip, but 10 seconds to go, he can pick up one more penalty. Maybe he will get this one now.
The Georgian that I was thinking about in this weight quite a number of years ago, who I liked watching, was Levan Siklauri. Finished quite a few years ago. But, you know, they've had their fair share of players in the weight category. Aftandil Cherikashvili had won the World Championships under 81 kilos, moved up to 90 now. Zabeda Rekviashvili, he's in there now, having moved up from 73. And Nugzari Tatalashvili has Neom wandered up to this weight category.
Yeah, Tatalashvili. And the new guy we saw, the Grigolashvili.
Grigolashvili, yeah. He's still got some work to do, hasn't he? I can see it on your face. You're not convinced. Well, he had a tough one against Nagase as an opener. Right, first of the quarterfinals in the under 81 kilo category on mat 1. It's Frank de Wit of the Netherlands. He's up against Etienne Briand of Canada. It's de Wit in the white judogi, Briand in blue.
Winner on mat 2 in blue, representing Brazil, Eduardo Barbosa. Eduardo Barbosa of Brazil.
Briand, who quieted the crowd down the last fight against Semenov, who had a Wazari, but Briand threw him with an absolutely stunning shoulder throw.
In blue, representing Italy,
really
Olympic champion Fabio.
Class judo player. But Frank de Wit looks very strong with his grip, his dominant grip on two lapels. We saw this before with Frank de Wit, that he's not fighting for the sleeve. Although now for him it's easy to grab the sleeve, he doesn't want to have the sleeve. He just likes to have two lapels, just the left hand on the lapel and then the right hand with a lot of power in the neck of Briand. Briand also is a bit smaller than Frank de Wit. So Frank de Wit likes to dominate his opponent with this grip. But has to be careful, because yeah, we've seen before that Etienne Briand knows how to make a shoulder throw. So interesting fight to watch.
Quarterfinals right across the board, including Tohar Butbul and Fabio Basile on mat 2. We might go there shortly. See how Frank de Wit gets on if he finishes this quickly. Although we can't, because it's Hassan Kalmuzaev and Nagase next, and then Sagimuki following. We're going to be stuck here. Looks like a great lineup on mat 1.
We have to make some choices.
Yeah, I think
you understand that I want to watch Frank de Wit.
I got no problem with that. This is the best fight.
No, but to be honest, of course, if it would be a second round fight or something, but it's the quarterfinal, and
absolutely
two absolutely top players fighting each other, and 81 kilos really interesting, because the one who wins this fight is in the semi-final, but he knows he have to fight or Kholmurzaev or Nagase. So,
and I just remind people at home that you can choose whichever mat you want to watch. You don't have to stay here on mat 1. You can click on 2 and you'll get that, or click on 3 and you'll get that mat.
what I said before about the juniors who fight in the seniors, and when they start making this how do you say
transition,
this transition, that they're mostly really open-minded fighters, and that's not still all the tactics that come into the judo when they're a bit older. Frank de Wit is a great example, because the first years he was always really open fighter and made big ippons, but also lost with big ippons because he took so much risk. Also, when he was a Rosari ahead, he took a lot of risk, and then the other one scores an ippon. And now he's a bit more relaxed in his fights. And in the end, I think this is the right way, because it makes the chance of winning a big medal a lot bigger. For example, one of his favorite techniques was Kosoto Kage, but that's one of the, how do you say, highest level risk throws you can make. And he stopped a bit with it, and only makes this attempts when he's behind, or he has to make a last big attempt. So it's 30 minutes or 30 seconds to go. Frank de Wit, one penalty. Sumigeshi attempt by Frank de Wit. Now some Newaza time for him. I think he will continue in Newaza until we hear the gong for the golden score. But I see that Frank de Wit is a bit more confident, looks a bit more confident than Briand at this moment.
Well, we're going to need a little bit of extra time here. I can see from the caption at the top there that Toha Butbul has picked up 2 penalties. Fabio Basile just the 1. That's on mat 2. And you can click on mat 2 anytime you like if you want to watch that, or 3 if you want to go and watch the contest on mat number 3. There's a little icon there that looks like a square box with 2 arrows in it. Just click on that and you can go to whichever mat you want.
Mat 3 in white judogi representing Tajikistan, Behruz Khojazoda. Behruz Khojazoda qualifies for the bronze medal contest.
Yes, really close to Azari there. It was Briand. I think he injured himself a little bit with this one. Now he's okay, but you see that he's really struggling with Frank de Wit's style of Kumikata, and this is definitely a Wasari for Frank de Wit. So he wins, and he is in the semi-final. And in the end he throws Briand, but you could see that he was so much more, how do you say, desperate to win this quarterfinal. Rian trying to duck under this strong power grip of Frank de Wit, but with bad attempt. So for Frank de Wit it was easy to counter-attack it. And he's in the semi-final, and who he will face in the semi-final we will know in a few minutes, because here we have Kholmurzaev for Russia against Nagase from Japan.
The coming two. Winner in blue, representing Italy, Fabio Basile.
Basile has won the fight.
The Olympic Games champion in the category under 66 kilograms, Fabio Basile goes to the semi-final.
There you go.
Of Israel will be in the repechage. Next quarterfinal on mat 2.
That was the way that happened on mat 2.
In white for Austria, Magdalena Krysakova. In blue for Israel, Gildi Shalir.
Both fighters pick up penalties for passivity. Not a great deal going on. We've had 45 seconds.
No, and they're not really passive, but they're only trying to break each other grips and not trying to make a score or something. Because what we saw already in the first two fights from Nagase, Nagase is fighting all left-handed fighters. So every time it's about his right hand. Where can he put his right hand? And now he's in control again. But Kholmurzaev also knows this, because he wants to have the overpowering grip with his left hand. So that's why it looks like nothing is happening. And of course, they're not trying to make big throws. But now as Kholmurzaev has the grip he wants to, and then directly tries to make a score. But it's a fight where the grips are really important for Nagase and for Kholmurzaev. There's the dominant left grip again from Kholmurzaev, but Nagase, now Nagase is also on the back of Kholmurzaev, and I don't think he wants to be there.
Half the contest gone. Both fighters have picked up a Shido each.
It's all about Kumikata. Now Kholmurzaev again has his dominant grip, but then still Nagase is also, when Kholmurzaev has his grip, has the grip, the overhead grip, gets another penalty now. It's still Nagase who stays in perfect balance. You see that a lot with the Japanese, so you can dominate them with your grip, but they still have the power in their hips and they're still standing up straight. That's the Koso de Kage as we saw a few times earlier from Nagase. Really close to a score. That's a good thing for Nagase, that of course he wants to have the right hand on the lapel for Tsuchimata, but he also knows Tsuchimata is difficult against Khomorzaev, who's of course an excellent counter-attacker. But also when Khomorzaev has his strong dominant left grip, Nagase is still capable of doing this Kosotokage. So he's playing with this Kage feet to the left feet from Khomorzaev. Here he goes again. That was a bad attempt from Khomorzaev, but before he made like a real great Tsuchimata attempt, so he gets the benefit of the doubts. This is again a really good Haragoshi Osotogari attempt from Nagase.
Winner on mat 3 in white judogi representing Sweden, Tommy Matthias.
Way too low now, the right hand from Nagase. This is not the place he wants to have his hand, so that's why he breaks the grip. We're going into golden score.
Georgi Ilbakiev of Russia will fight for bronze. Next contest on mat 3, repechage for...
Well, now it's about Khomorzaev. Of course, he won so much in his life, like how desperately he wants to get into the semi-finals. Because Nagase has all the time. Nagase makes randoris for 4 hours in Japan every day. He's like, I don't care about this golden score. If I have to fight like this for 10 minutes, I'll fight like this for 10 minutes. And if he just continues like that and just makes his attacks sometimes, then in the end... So this can go all the way. And here it is again. You see how good Nagase is with this counter-attacking. Khomorzaev throws his leg up almost 2 meters, and still Nagase is capable of counter-attacking. How do you say it? You're very fragile, or how do
flexible.
You say it? Flexible. You're very flexible, yeah.
Women under 63 kilos.
And every second that ticks away is in the advantage of Nagase, because you see that Khomorzaev slowly is losing his energy. Look how high he gets his leg, and still Nagase is not
going over.
No, but he's not busy like defending. No, he's busy like, okay, you're doing the Tsuchimata, and I'm still trying to make the counter attack from.
He almost catches him at the end there. Yeah.
Yep. Difficult fight also for the referee. I spoke with the referee in this morning about yesterday. She also had a really tough one, because it's a quarterfinal and you have a Russian. You know, everybody is. I think this is Wazari for Nagase. Yes, and the referee is also watching the people. I think they have to show this one more time, because it was really close to Wazari.
Khomorzaev slips in his effort.
Yeah.
And Nagase wants to take that over, take advantage of the slip from Khomorzaev, but they let this one go on. There's no power there from Khomorzaev, that last effort.
No, and he also, here he has his dominant grip again. He knows, but it's not like he did in the first 2 minutes, you see like the absolute power is out of his dominant grip. And Nagase is just waiting like, yeah, I can do this for ages, man. I don't care. I don't want to be in the shoes of the referee.
And he should have done that himself. This is so crazy, but he should have done that himself.
Yep.
He was standing there. He knew that it was up to him to do it. Anyhow, it's not helping him.
This is definitely not helping him.
They gave him a lifeline here, you know. Now he's got to come up with something. 2:24 in golden score. Absolutely empty in the gas tank. He's tanked.
Russian gas. You know, that's what the Netherlands are about.
Chance
Russian
there.
gas. Yeah, he now has
when he had the arm around the back.
And again, yes. Yeah, but he has the arm around the back. He needs that. But you see that he doesn't have the power anymore to control Nagase. For Nagase, it's too easy to just escape from it. And every time he can make an attack, he now made like 2 or 3 of those attacks. And I think one more. If this, and he's counter-attacking him again almost. If this would not be a Russian, I think this would be the moment that they would penalize him one more time. And that's then maybe the small advantage you have by fighting in your home crowd. And of course you have to be neutral, but you understand that he gets a bit of more advantage. And trying to do the Uchimata again. You can say he's really, you say emptying the gas tank, and he really puts everything in it. Just continue, come on. Just let this fight go on.
Yeah, because he is trying.
He's trying. It's not with the best energy anymore, but at least he's trying with the Uchimata. But every time when he's making an attempt like this, you can see he's like having problems with it.
One more attack here.
Now it's Nagase has to do something. He cannot wait a lot longer. He has to do something now. Because otherwise he also gives the referee a chance to and
no, not quite.
I think it's the 3rd time now that he almost made a Wazari, and we're already 4 minutes in golden score.
So tired.
Well, the referee also knows that she's not going to be loved here in the venue when she's giving this 3rd penalty. But in the end, that's the score. And you saw it coming already for the last 3 minutes. Absolutely top quarterfinal. Maybe not the best judo, but we've seen everything in it. Both fighters really tried to win this fight. And also Gomurzaev, who didn't have any gas in the tank, the way you say so, still tried with the Tsuchimatas. But he just didn't have the power anymore. And Nagase just stayed like, you see those Japanese sometimes. I've been in Japan many times in training camps. They can do this like if he has to do 10 or 15 or 20 or 25 minutes of golden score, he just puts on the effort.
The Uchimata efforts that Dennis van der Geest was talking about, they all got in. You know, he got in for the Uchimata. He just didn't have the finish. And Nagase got to the point where he was thinking, actually, I can deal with him coming in. What I want to do now is to see if I can turn him for the counters, you know. Right, okay, let's have a look at the next quarter-final in the under 81 kilo category. Sagi Muki of Israel faces Marcel Tsatsir of Romania. It'll be Muki in the white judogi, Tsatsir in blue. Take your breath, or catch your breath, after that Karl Musayev Nagase contest. Nagase has actually been involved in a number of really fascinating contests today already. Right, Muki in the white judogi, Tsatsir in
Winner
blue.
on mat 2 in white, representing France, Marie-Yves Gaillet. Number 1 at the World Judo ranking, Marie-Yves Gaillet goes to the semi-final. Next quarterfinal for women under 70 kilograms, tatami 2.
Татами 2, четвертьфинал весовой категории до 70 килограммов.
In white for Germany, Laura Vargas-Koch. In blue for Austria, Michaela Poles.
Oh, nice.
Winner on mat 3 in blue, representing Mongolia, Bolt Gakhaj. Last year, Düsseldorf Grand Slam bronze medalist Bolt Gakhaj qualifies for the bronze medal contest. Next contest on mat 3, semi-final, women under 63 kilo.
Татами 3, полуфинал весовой категории до 63 килограммов.
In white judogi, representing Great Britain, Lucy Renshaw. In blue, representing Canada, Ekaterinburg Pinard.
There's a good illustration of why we're going to stick on mat number 1 with the quarterfinal with Sagi Muki and Marcel Tsatsir, as opposed to going down to mat number 3 with the semi-final between Lucy Renshaw and Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard. We had that many people asking to see Sagi Muki this morning that we're going to continue to show this one. If you want to go down to 3, you can, but we're going to stay with Sagi Muki and Marcel Tsatsir. There's no scorers yet, and we've had nearly half the contest. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece.
And if you see Sagi Muki, it always looks like he has a bit of nonchalance in his judo. But you know, it's like a predator, you know? It's just like waiting and, oh yeah, it looks like he's not caring enough, but give him 1 second and he'll throw you for ribbon for sure. And Tsatsir knows this. Gets another penalty, because he's more busy trying to prevent Muki from scoring.
And that's why he just picked up that penalty, just keeping that one side away.
Here it is, the left Osotogari again we saw before. Yeah, tries to prevent Muki from getting to the lapel, but it was so clear for the referee. I wonder what Tsatsir will think now when he walks off the mat, when he gets a 3rd Judo now. I think, yes, he gets it. And it wasn't a fight at all. Not one moment.
And representing Israel, Saki Muki.
I think Muki is, of course, really happy of getting into the semi-final in this way, because Sergei had never really tested him.
I've got a little clip of Marcel when he was a cadet. We've got this sort of outtakes from the Cadet World Championships of that year, and he's messing up the, Marcel Satir, 60 kilos, Romania. He messes it up, and we've got that clip. I should show it to him.
Quarterfinal for men under 18.
It's quite funny. Right, who have we got coming up now? Matthias Kassa of Belgium faces Luka Maisoradze of Georgia. It's Kassa in the white judogi, Maisoradze in blue.
Kassa, who had a really good win against Azizov from Russia, was 2 penalties down, but managed to change the whole fight and win in the golden score. And now in this quarterfinal, the same happens against this young Georgian, Judo, for Kassa. It's the Georgian who puts a bit more effort in this fight. And our Russian Prokopchuk wins the repechage, lost against Barbosa from Brazil, but is now fighting for the bronze, so he's still in. Let's go to the semi-final, men under 73 kilograms on Tatami 2, if it's possible. Thank you.
In white judogi representing Brazil.
Not going to miss this one.
No, not really.
It's showtime.
It's showtime.
Italy, the reigning Olympic champion, Fabio Basile.
And Barbosa has been on really good form today, hasn't he? Been throwing everyone.
Really? Yep. Oh, again, a nice foot sweep. We saw this before from Basile. If you missed it, go check it on the
highlights
on the highlights, because it was brilliant.
And the fight after Matthias Kassa and Luka Maisoradze is Etienne Briand and Hassan Karl Musayev. He won't have had time to recover.
No.
Tatami, normally once in a while you get taken on the stretcher off the tatami.
Yes.
But it's the first time that you'll see them bringing someone to the tatami on a stretcher. Poor fella. He gave absolutely everything in that contest with Nagase, didn't he?
Yeah. Good was
Trouble.
He tries to show the referee that's on the chin. It looked for a moment as if he was tapping, but he was watching the referee, Dutch referee though. He was showing the referee like, no, it's on the chin, it's on the chin. just makes it a bit more clear to the referee to just feels to the chin again. Oh, this Barbosa has got a really fast way of stepping in with his techniques.
Big challenge. Oh, he was a long way off with that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Is he like, ah.
He had nothing, no grip.
Needs to set himself up properly here. He was lucky to get away with that as well. It was so obvious.
Yeah, okay, but still, you know, he tried to, but he didn't have the grip for his.
Yeah.
It wasn't. He really went into it to make a throw, you know. And sometimes, as a referee, is also because it looks. You see the difference between a really bad attempt and just you try something, you put so much energy in it, but you lose the grip and you just fall flat on your stomach.
Yeah, the difference between a false attack and a failed attack. Yeah, I wanted to throw him, but I didn't, or I wasn't really interested in doing anything.
No.
You know, yeah. Okay.
And you see the difference. You see the difference from the start when they start the technique. It's again. Oh man, make Ippon, please.
He was so close to giving up the full Ippon, wasn't he?
Oh, another. These foot sweeps are amazing.
Yeah.
I think it was on the other side. No, the other side than before. I think he now did a foot sweep with the left, and before he did with the right.
Going across here.
Yes,
with the right. Yeah.
So, yes.
That's right. It was, and it was Ari as well. Good call. He comes down on his side. John Ramaker's the Dutch referee's in a good spot. He can look. You can see the back there. He doesn't give it quickly. He takes his time. Says, was Ari.
And you know, you can train seonage, you can train a hip throw, all kind of throws. But having a good foot sweep, it's all about timing. And most of the time, it's about talent.
He's got it.
Yeah, you have to be honest. If you can do this on the left and on the right, you're a special one. And he's a special one because he's an Olympic champion. But it's nice to see that he's back. Because I was worried about that. Like, this guy maybe will be the one-hit wonder with one Olympic medal and then just stops doing judo. But now he's in the 73 and it looks really good for him that he will be in the final. 20 more seconds. Barbosa maybe can make one more big attempt or one more trying to do the Uchimata again, but Basile knows he can still pick up 2 more Shidos with 14 seconds. Well, this is the first he gets. He knows, okay, I can have one more. Just trying to break the grip. And he's into the final in 2-1. There it is. A final for the Olympic champion, 66 kilo from Italy. And look, he's really happy with it. I saw him on the Grand Slam in Paris where he won a bronze. He was also very happy. Like he wants to prove not only himself but also the crowd and the people who love judo that he's back.
And that he's the real deal.
Yes,
like you were suggesting.
Yes.
You know, people could easily have written him off. One-hit wonder. Off you go. Lucky guy. You don't get lucky to win the gold medal in Olympics. It's impossible.
No.
Not that kind of luck. You have a great day, but you don't get lucky. And Basile had a great day. But now he wants to show, hey, I haven't got one day in me. I've got more.
Yeah. And that's really, you saw what he did. He just tapped his feet. Like, yes, they're my feet, you know, because these foot sweeps he made, like... That was really funny.
I'm sure there are a lot of people at home watching who are glad that he's through to the final.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Let's go down to mat number 1.
Oh.
We're going to see the repechage contest on mat number 1. They've got a 4-minute break, have they? Oh, well, there you go. Kalmuzayev got a 4-minute break.
Oh, and I think he's really, really happy with that one. Yeah.
Can you imagine his arms are
but
just...
he's fighting Briand, and that's nice for him, because if he had to fight like Frank de Wit, for example, who has a lot of power and energy in his... Briand is also a judo player, wants to make judo, so I think Kalmuzayev is quite happy with that in the repechage.
So we'll stay here to have a look at the repechage contest in the under 63 kilo category. Magdalena Kosakova of Austria faces Agata Ozdobobłach of Poland. It's Kosakova in the white judogi, Ozdobobłach in blue. There's no scorers yet, and we've had the first minute.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Uchimada by Ozdobobłach. Krizikova now really in trouble. And the hold down is there. It will be the Polish girl Ozdobobłach who will fight for the bronze medal for sure. It's interesting, the 63 kilo category, because of course we have with the French girl Akbegnenou, she's amazing. Tristenyak, of course Tashiro Nabokura, the Japanese.
2017 World Championship.
They're not here today, so this is a big chance for a few of those other players to earn a lot of points. Because one thing's for sure, every time when I go to a competition and I watch the 63 kilo category and I see Akbegnenou or Tristenyak, they're always in the medals, or in the final. Or,
absolutely.
And not for the last few months, no
for years.
For years.
In fact, it's Akbegnenou, Tashiro Miku, and Tina Tristenyak who've shared that these three, if they're there, that's where the medal's going. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Absolutely right. And today, there's a chance.
yes. But this is the way it has to go. You know, we see some other players.
Be his turn tomorrow. The big man, Michael Corral, he's a real talent.
He is, but he will have a tough one tomorrow, 100 kilo, with Denisov in the same block. Denisov really wants to show something, of course, for the home crowd.
Single Shido picked up by Gili Sharia. This will be a terrific achievement if Daria Davidova can get past Sharia. And, you know, the money is on her. But for the Russians to have one of the women in the final.
Yep. And she knows, or those two know how to who they will fight in the final, because Lucy Renshaw from Great Britain already won her semi-final.
Winner on mat 3 in white, representing Morocco, Asma Niang. Several times African champion, Asma Niang qualifies for the bronze medal contest.
Just looking for an opening here, Davidova.
The last semi-final, women under 70 kilo.
Yeah, really stayed in there, hooked in. It was both parts working well. A big lunge with the leg, and she stayed in there to bring the top half down.
So Davidova, a big step closer to the final. Yes, okay. Khalmosayev lost the rapid charge against Lian in 40 seconds. So if you were talking about the gas tank that was empty, he didn't have enough time to put a bit more gas on it. Yeah,
he couldn't fill up. He didn't have time to fill up.
Oh, nice shoulder throw. Yep.
Oh, and if you can lip read Russian, you'll know exactly what his thoughts were.
You saw
yeah.
in his eyes, like, I'm here to win, and now I'm done. And it's difficult when you're the Olympic champion, and so yeah, you won the highest possible. And here you're standing in Russia with a few different Russian people who are also want to achieve something, and sometimes it's difficult. And I think after this fight against Nagase, when he lost, he was already in his head like, well, no medal for me here. Let's go to the next competition, and I'll show them there that I'm good enough.
Both fighters pick up penalties, but Sharia now on a second penalty. Davidova just the one.
Yes, and that demonstrates the dominance of Davidova, because she's Wazari up, and then still, you know, when she has a Wazari, that the pressure is on Gili Sharir, and when she still gets a penalty, that means a lot. Then you know that Davidova is not only stronger with the Wazari, but also in the gripping and in the kumikata. And you can see it. It's not that Sharir is not trying, but she doesn't have the power to do something big. So we will have a
the second score at the end.
In the end, still 1 second to go, and so really dominant. And I think it's really nice that we have a Russian in the final for women under 63 kilogram. That will be nice in the final block later on.
There you go. Into the final of the under 63 kilo category. Right, well, what we got coming up next then?
We're going for the
semi-final. Let's take a quick look down at what's happening on mat number 3. Tanaka Shio of Japan is up against Maria Portela of Brazil. Both fighters have picked up 2 penalties. We've got a little over a minute to go. It's Tanaka in the white judogi, Portela in blue. We'll come back to see Marie Ivgahi and Michaela Polachus. And then we'll come back to see Frank David and Nagase Takanori. Sagimuki and Matthias Kasser. Hasn't been bad today, has it, Dennis?
No. Seen some good judo. I think better than yesterday.
Yeah. And yesterday wasn't bad.
No, of course. But yeah, for me it's nice to see Basile in the final with 2 excellent foot sweeps. That really made my day. But also the fight Khalmosayev against Nagase. These are the fights, you remember. Yeah.
And Nagase, we're going to see in a couple of minutes' time. I mean, he's also had to recover from his bruising encounter with Hassan Khalmosayev. A 3rd penalty picked up by Tanaka Shio. That's a slightly untidy sign from Tanaka, gifting the contest, if you like, to Maria Portela. Right, well, let's go down to where is it likely to be first? Is it going to be... I think Zupancic and Vargas Koch got underway before Setsia and Maitsuradze. Let's go to mat 2. We're going to have a look at Kalida Zupancic of Canada. She's up against Laura Vargas Koch of Germany. Zupancic in the white judogi, Vargas Koch in blue. second penalty picked up by Zupancic. So both fighters have picked up 2 penalties.
Напоминаем, что финальный блок начнется в 5 часов. Перед этим нас ждет церемония открытия, которая состоится в 16:10.
And then after this, the one that we're really waiting for is David and Nagase.
Yes, let's see what Frank de Wit is capable of. He fought Nagase 2 times in the Judo Tour. 2 times he lost. Lost in the Grand Slam in Osaka last November in the repechage. And 2 years before in the Grand Slam in Baku in the semi-finals. So that's already a long time ago. But I think Frank looks really strong today. Strong gripping. And also for Nagase something else. He fought all the left guys, and Nagase is a right-handed player. So we know Frank de Wit is also a right-handed player. So that will be a completely different fight also for Nagase. We will see some different stuff for sure.
Missing out there on her favourite Uchimata, giving Zupancic a chance to work on the ground. This is where she is particularly adept. Got to be careful here, Laura Vargaskov. But there's no real opening. There's the start. She's given long enough. No. Referee calls Mate. Minute 19 left to go. Makikomi effort from Zupancic. Couldn't quite get untied from the legs. Right, this one looks as though it's heading towards golden score as well. Luka Maitsuradze has won his contest against Marcel Cesare of Romania. That's down on mat number 1. So we're going to go down to mat number 1 because we want to get ready for the semi-final,
yes,
between Frank de Wit of the Netherlands. He's going to be up against Nagase Takanori of Japan. It'll be de Wit in the white judogi, Nagase in blue. And with commentary on this, here's Dennis van der Geest.
In white for the Netherlands, world number 2, Frank de Wit. In blue for Japan, Rio Olympic bronze medalist, Nagase Takanori.
So this is exactly how I expected this fight to begin. Frank de Wit really strong with his gripping power, but it's all for the upper body of Nagase. Nagase will try to prevent from this gripping power with his legs. I think Frank needs to think of his legs and not only with the power from his upper body. Nagase gets a Judo. That's really fast already in this fight. It's de Wit who is really dominant with his grip, with the right hand over the head of Nagase.
Golden score, tatami 2.
Uchimata attempt by Nagase, just to get rid of the gripping from Frank de Wit. Really looks strong. Here you see that the circle that Nagase has to make to make a good Uchimata or Haragoshi attempt is so much bigger than if he has to fight a left-handed player. This is good for the De Wit, not only having a strong grip from the upper body, but also with the feet with the Osotogari, and that makes a second penalty for Nagase. He's trying to make the Uchimata now.
Oh, Frank De Wit goes back to doing what he goes back to doing what he has done so many times, which is risking something when he doesn't need to.
No, true that.
You know, got to be so careful. I've seen him on the end of those so many times, but that's just his way, isn't it?
It's in his DNA.
Grip, move, but don't get involved in the closeness there. Minute 20 odd.
Yeah, of course, Nagase knows he has to do something now because he's 2 Shidos down, but he's now a bit more. I think this is Shido for De Wit.
He wants to get out of that, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yep.
And they spotted that.
You could see that Nagase had a strong righter grip now, and De Wit is standing so right, so strongly right, that it's difficult for Nagase to make his Uchimata. So that's why he switches more to Ouchigari.
Follow it up. Oh well. Keep the pressure up now. 30 odd seconds left to go. Nagase beginning to look slightly jaded. Is that from the previous contest now? Here he is. Another almost 4-minute long fight against a very physical player. Maybe Karl Musayev has done the job for De Wit.
But what I said before, Nagase is used to making a lot of randoris there in Japan, and I see a bit of problems for Frank De Wit. Nagase found a solution. Yes, Frank gets another penalty now, because now Nagase also starts with the left hand on the lapel of Frank De Wit. And
representing Germany.
If they're both standing really right to right, let's be honest, Nagase has a bit more chance of scoring, because he has a bit more scoring ability.
Yeah, true.
Qualifies for the bronze medal contest. The last semi-final on Tatami 2, women under 70 kilo.
Well, this can go both ways now.
In white for France.
That's caught him. Yeah, that was a good one with the Kouchigake. Yes, on the standing leg of Nagase. This can go.
That was De Wit's turn to give him the old tip.
And you know, De Wit is very good in counter-attacking Uchimata. What gives me the feeling that this Nagase
he hasn't done it as much.
No.
Yeah, that's right. He's been holding back on that, hasn't he?
He feels it.
Yeah. Good battle, this one. Into the last minute.
Oh, this is. Oh.
He hasn't got the power for the turn, for the turnover, Nagase.
No.
You know, he lost the chance with that attempted lift, and Nagase should really have taken advantage of that to turn him onto his back from there. Didn't have the power. I really think that effort with Kalmazev has drained it out of him, and now he's into effort 5.
Oh, really
nice effort with the Osoda, though.
The Japanese coach is almost like hoping for a Wazari. But when Nagase starts with his left hand on the lapel, what he tries to now every time, then he can be dangerous. And that's what he wants to do, because then they're not standing so right to right anymore, what Frank wants. So Frank still goes on like a machine. Oh.
As long as he stays standing. It was untidy, but they're still on their feet,
So here Nagase will go
Winner on
to the overhead grip.
White, representing France, Marie-Yves Gaillet.
Nagase knows he has to do now, he has to make an attempt.
Final. World Judo Masters bronze medalist Michaela Porves of Austria will fight for bronze. Dear friends, this was the last contest, contest number 2 in the preliminaries.
Это была последняя встреча в татами.
Two penalties apiece. Already over 2 minutes of golden score taken up. Oh, does he bring him down onto his side? I wonder if they're going to have a look at that one.
Yeah,
maybe he was turning onto his front.
Really, really close. You know, and in theory, I can tell to Frank de Witt that the fight is way too open now, but in practice, you know, they're already fighting for 6 or 7 minutes, so that's not so strange. Another Osotogari attempt for Frank de Witt.
Ooh.
This can go all the way. Oh man, it's so close.
There was a moment there when Nagase put the left arm around underneath the belt to take hold. Now, I don't really want to call him than that, but that is the rule. And he did have a hold there. That one went amiss.
Oh.
Not quite.
I think we're really close to a third penalty for Frank de Witt.
Just got to keep his head up here. That's a better position.
Yes, this looks a lot better.
Yeah,
but still Nagase also feels quite comfortable by standing like this, and yeah. He needs too much time, Frank de Witt. When he has his good grip, takes too much time before he goes on for a big... Yeah, now he's going to...
That's okay, because he put the attack in, didn't he?
This was the Kosotogage. This is the style I know from Frank de Witt.
Yeah.
If he's completely... He's wasted now, of course. They're both like really tired.
Now there he goes. One was going to go, yeah. We got one more to come. So don't go anywhere yet. Both gave absolutely everything. And in the end, it was De Witt who went over. But as Dennis van der Geest was saying earlier, you know, that's his way. You know, it's all or nothing for Frank De Witt when he gets involved in those kinds of things.
One way or the highway.
Yeah.
But you could see that Frank did not have the power anymore to make it just a tactical fight and to go for this third penalty. So he had to open up the fight and just doing all or nothing attempts. And then you see Nagase is just a better judo player.
In the end, it was a nice big right-sided ojigari from Nagase Takanori of Japan that brought Frank David onto his back for Ippon. He'll be in the final and he'll face the winner of this contest between Sagimuki of Israel in the white judogi and Matthias Kasser of Belgium in blue. Well, we've seen the throwing skills of Sagimuki throughout the day. Kept us well entertained. Let's see if we get a few more in this semi-final. Last contest of this first part of the day. We'll be back in about an hour and 15 minutes. I think it'll be an hour and 15 minutes break, and we'll bring you all the medal matches then. Single Shido against Matthias Kasser at the moment. Yep, there goes Sagimuki again. Nice effort. Kas didn't land on the scoring part of the body, however, but it was spectacular. The entry finish was not quite there. Sagimuki has picked up a penalty as well. Half the contest gone. Kasser looking for a Ippon Seoinage, and Sagimuki in return was thinking about the hip technique. Neither of those came off. Right-sided Seoinage effort, but once it failed, Matthias Kasser covered up quickly in defence, as you would expect.
Second Shido for Sagimuki.
Sagimuki infringed with the gi control there. So second penalty.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, because I think this is the first time today that we see Sagimuki not fighting so nonchalant. That's his style, with absolutely really nice judo and but a bit of nonchalance also. He's standing, but this is not the way he's going to win this this semi-final anymore with 2 Shidos, because he knows he has to do a bit more now, and you can see it now. You know, he's now gripping, doing more than we've seen in this preliminary rounds.
Matthias has got to come back here, because the pressure, as Dennis has said, has just been stepped up by Sagimuki. Half a minute left to go, or just a little little more than half a minute.
I think Kase is doing an excellent job because he has a really good plan. He knows exactly what Muki does. Muki can score from so many sides, but every time when I see Muki trying something, Kase comes up with a really good defending mechanism. So they really outfought this one.
Golden score.
Oh! Spectacular way to defend.
And get the golden score period going.
Yep. But this is where Muki is really dangerous. Yeah? After the Hajime, you know, when there's a mate and he walks towards you, the first few seconds, that's where he really is dangerous with his techniques.
Didn't quite get the body turned in the right position to really threaten Kase with that.
And we saw him score Wazari today with the same Seonage, that you did not have the feeling that he was with the hip enough in to make the score and still managed to make Wazari out of it. But Kase is a different a different cookie. Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah, good pressure from Matthias Kase.
And Muki lacks the power to make the sodas. He really wants to. You know, you already can see that he wants to make a soda by the way he's grabbing the sleeve of Kase, because he's not grabbing it like this, but he's grabbing it underhands. So you know already, like when he does that he wants to make the soda, but he cannot give it enough power to throw Kase. And this is great for Kase, because if they're just both standing like this and do nothing, they both get a Shido, and it's the end of the fight.
Two minutes of golden score we've had already.
Here it is again, the Seonage in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and they score Wazari, and it's... Yeah. Kase wants to show the people, like, hey, that was not on the side. I fell flat on my... on the front. But I think it was just enough. Of course, it's not the biggest Wazari we've ever seen, but I think it was just enough. And yes, it is. Muki in the final.
Representing Israel, Sagi Muki.
Let's have a look at the landing.
Just enough. And
the current European champion, Sagi Muki, goes to the final.
There is a freeze frame, if you like. There's a point at which if you freeze the frame and you just said that was the old style Yuko.
Yeah. And you know the fun part is that he makes the Wazari with his elbow, but not with his elbow for the Sianage, but with his elbow on the knee of Kase. Look, there the elbow goes with the knee.
Yeah.
You saw that was like the tiny bit, the elbow to the knee of Kase that made
to bring him down.
Yeah, this was a classical Judo for sure. But this is what we said to each other. If you make a score, it's Wazari or Ippon. And it's not strange that they give a Wazari for this one.
And you know, what Dennis and I are really saying is that, you know, traditionally what would have happened is that the Wazari would have had a higher value. But there was an agreement and an understanding with the coaches that we were going to remove Koko, we were going to remove Yuko, we're going to go back to 2 scores. But for the time being, I think it really is for the time being, we're going to give a value to the scores that would have been Yuko before, and we're going to give those Wazari. Could be that after the Olympic Games we'll lift that a little bit and we'll go back to having, you know, the 2 scores but with a higher value.
But we see it the other way around also. Sometimes now I see a Wazari with a few years ago it was an Ippon.
Yeah.
We gave Ippon much easier.
That's right, the rolling and this kind of stuff. So they're making some efforts. But when it comes to this one, there was a point at which Matthias Kase was on his side, and that was enough for the score. Let's go through and have a look at the medal matches, and then we'll just dwell for a moment on the 4 finals. Agata Ozdobła of Poland will face Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada in the first of the bronze medal contest. The second bronze medal contest will be Bold Gancake of Mongolia. She'll be up against Gili Sharia of Israel. But the gold medal match, the final, is Daria Davidova of Russia. She'll be up against Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain.
And the only chance of Russia today to win a gold medal. So that will be a final that everybody wants to watch here, not only on the internet, but also here in the crowd. Yeah, because the crowd desperately wants to have a gold medal for Russia.
Okay, the first of the bronze medal matches in the under 70 kilo category. Laura Vargas-Koch of Germany will face Tanaka Shio of Japan, and the second bronze medal contest will be Asma Niang of Morocco. She'll be up against Michaela Polares of Austria. When it comes to the final, it'll be Marie-Eve Gahi of France, the number 1 seed. She'll be up against Maria Portela of Brazil.
Well, yeah, Gaye, I think she's really strong, world silver medalist, and looking really strong today. Let's see. I think it will be a good final.
Okay, let's take a look at the under 73 kilo category.
Yep.
We probably had the shock of the day when this young man, Yevgeny Prokopchuk,
yes,
put out Lasha Shavdaturashvili in round 1. He didn't make it all the way through, but Prokopchuk is now in the first of the bronze medal contests. He'll be up against Georgy Elbakiev of Russia, and all Russia head-to-head for the first bronze medal contest. The second will be Behuzi Hojazoda of Tajikistan. He'll be up against Eduardo Barbosa of Brazil. The final is Fabio Basile of Italy. He'll be up against Tommy Macias of Sweden.
Yeah, and we have seen Basile making some brilliant foot sweeps today, and he was already touching his feet like, yeah, you're going to see some more. So I'm looking forward to this final.
Okay, and in the under 81 kilo category, the first of the bronze medal matches features Etienne Briand of Canada. He'll be up against Matthias Kase of Belgium. And the second bronze medal contest, Luka Maisoradze of Georgia goes up against Frank de Witt of the Netherlands. The final is Nagase Takanori of Japan. He'll be up against Sagi Muki of Israel. What are your thoughts on the final, Nagase Muki?
Well, for me, it's of course I wanted to have De Witt in the final as a Dutch guy, but I think as a neutral person, this is the final you want. If this morning, if you would have asked me, I want to see Muki against Nagase. Why? They're all both really excellent judo players. They're both striving to make an Ippon. Muki with all the sodas, Nagase with the Tsuchimata and with his Ouchigari. So I think we will see a final with a lot of judo.
Right, we look forward to your company at 5 o'clock. It's 10 to 4 now. So we're just a little after 10 to 4. Dennis van der Geest and myself will be back for all the medal matches on day 2 of competition at the Ekaterinburg Grand Slam. But it's our thanks to Jahangir, Matthias and to Freddie for all their work this morning. We'll see you at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock it is.
сделаем. Пацаны, надо смотреть, не надо сгибать, надо, чтобы линия была правильная. Тут надо отодвинуть дальше просто. Вниз, вниз. Все.